450A gate drop. And it looks like on the inside line, the 716 Orion Dowd is going to squeeze that one out. So Ryan Dowd grabs the whole shot for the 450A gate drop. Here we go with 450B. And right up the center on the number 50. That's Aaron Burdick with the whole shot for the B gate drop. All right, leaders in the A gate drop across the inside. And leaders coming down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. And it looks like that is going to be Clark getting through the horseshoe turn section first time through. So Josh Clark out front with the early lead. It looks like it's going to be Canning into the second spot. Ryan Dowd running third. The 740, that is Max Murphy fourth. John Dowd rounds out the top five. And you got the 59 of Alex Higley running sixth. Mike Carlton seventh on the 557 Reed's Ferry Shed ride. Leaders in the B class making their way down to the finish line turn. And the Kawasaki of Burdick holding down the top spot. There's the number 50 over the finish line jump out front. The number 9 of Curtis in second on the 112. Prospect Designs, Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride. Tyler Morin running in third. Stephen Brady running fourth. Dylan Frazier rounds out the top five on the 636. Clark, Canning, and Ryan Dowd, top three across the inside. Looks like John Dowd starting to go to work now through that inside rhythm section. Trouble for the 15 of Comitis there, unfortunately pushing that one off, so it's going to have to head back and see what he can do to get that one going again. And here is the 23 of Clark leading his way through that triple section right in front of the finish. There's the 716 Ryan Dowd hanging on to that third spot. Chaplin Motorsports rider trying to pace the leaders, but Clark and Canning really starting to move away. Murphy now in fourth on the 740. There's John Dowd routing out the top five on the number 16 Chaplin Motorsports. Pirelli Moose Racing, Kenny Juice Performance Tuning Spectro, Joe V's Designs ride. Curtis continues to lead in the 450B. There's Burdick in the second spot, Morin in third. Dylan Frazier makes the move to fourth now. The 170 of Brady will drop down to fifth. And looks like the 215 of Stevens in the sixth. On the 900, Kyle Burke takes over seventh. 53 of Nick Cool in eighth. The 171 Jamie Hunkler running in ninth. Hunkler running ninth on the Wheels Power Sports Boron Construction Fly Racing ride. And it's the 75 of Brock Tucci rounding out the top 10. Watching leaders make their way up that long center rhythm section in the B class. There's Curtis making his way up there. Here comes your leaders in the A class up and over the finish line jump. And look at the freight train battle going on behind Curtis here. That is second, third, and fourth. It looks like second, third, fourth, and fifth all making their way up that center rhythm section. Working through a little bit of slower traffic there. So this is 450 AB out on the track. I just want to offer a big welcome to everyone watching us live online here. We've got the live streaming going here at Winchester. This will be the first one of the live events doing this one sort of one-man style, but see if we can't keep things exactly where we want them. We're bringing you a live racing action from Winchester Speedpark as much as we can all season long. Oh, rider going down. So rider going down in that off-camber turn section. That looks like a 170 of Brady having troubles getting out of that off-camber turn. And now another rider getting tangled up behind him. And there you see Brady battling with Burdick coming out of that start turn section. The rider's going wide through the outside there. You see the 598 of Canning making his way around. So Canning taking that top spot away from Josh Clark. Clark will drop down to second. And you see Dowdy coming up and over the finish line jump. Across that inside rhythm section there. So working through race number 11 in the race order. 450 A and B out on the track. 450 C riders next off the gate. Riders in the 50 plus and women's class. You should be in the staging area. Two-stroke open riders down to pre-staging. Continuing the battle here in the 450 A and B. There's Canning up and over the finish line jump. Clark not too far ahead of him, or behind him rather. Josh Clark still has a shot to track him down. See if he can make it happen here. So there is Canning coming up that center rhythm section, the 23 of Clark right behind him. Both riders are going to go through the off-camber turn there. We're going to watch him hit that center field turn, then we'll watch him up and over the Loctite launch. See Canning staying nice and low over that jump there. So 450 A and B, top two riders making their way through the left-hand side here, down the Riverside Drive tabletop section. And there is Canning and there is Clark making their way through that high line in the horseshoe turn section. Both riders go to the high line. And the two-lap board is out as you see Canning making his way over the finish line jump. Clark getting urged on there by our finish line flagger. Come on, man, get it. So 2 to go here in the 450 AB. It has been Justin Curtis out front with a solid lead in the 450B right from the gate drop. 21 seconds over Tyler Morin in second. Brady back in third. Then it's Stevens and Burke fourth and fifth. Canning and Clark have been duking it out in front in the A class. Clark had the early lead, but Canning able to get around about halfway through. And he has put down a couple seconds on Clark, but now they're into the heavy traffic. We'll see if he can catch back up to him. Ryan Dowd maintaining third, John Dowd in the fourth spot, and Max Murphy rounding out the top five in the A class on the Winchester Motorsports Alias Factory Connection Western Mass Environmental Ride. All right, so 1 to go, and Josh Clark has about the same distance between him and Canning, a little over 2.5 seconds. There you see Canning coming down into that center rhythm section. He's going to use that outside line into the off-camber turn there. Clark's going to follow him right through that same section. It looks like they just lap up around the number 9 of Justin Curtis. Curtis is your leader in the B class. And there is your leader down to the horseshoe turn section, and we're going to have one more run at the finish, it looks like. But the checkered flag is going to fly for the 598 of Chris Canning. The One Industries Manchester Motorsports ride just holds off the 23 of Clark. And Justin Curtis across the line for the moto win in the 450B on the Bell REP Sandbox Kings Curtis Training Facility ride. 450C getting set to leave the gate. Here's your third place rider in the 450A on the Chaplin Motorsports Kenny G's Performance Tuning Moose Factory Connection Spectro Jovi Designs Pirelli ride. Ryan Dowd. Tyler Morin on the Prospect Designs Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride. Going to hang on to second in the B class. And it looks like the 170 of Brady going to try to bring it home for third. We're going to get ready to go here with 450C. Right, the 29 of Sam Andrews with the hole shot. Rider out of West Kingston, Rhode Island, grabbing the hole shot here in the 450C. See if he can hang on to it down the right-hand side. So leaders all the way down along the far tree line section in the center of the track. And it looks like Andrews holds down the top spot. Angelo Del Buono into the second spot. And I believe we're looking at the 25 of Dom Pizzoni into third as they go back through the center. And leaders down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. And Andrews with a solid lead. So there is Andrews through the finish line jump section. Looks like the 573. That is Noah Horton, the automatic distributor, as Billy's Baked Potatoes ride into the second spot. The 25 of Dom Pizzonia drops back to third. Austin Marceau, the Dirtport Toy Store rider, running in fourth. Rounding out the top five on the 114 is Steve Stefanik. Jordan Margera running in sixth on the 93. In seventh, the 121 of Alex Adams. Angelo Del Buono running in eighth on the 258. The 831 of Ryan Hano ninth. And Casey Cochran rounding out the top 10. And that is how they sit here on lap one. So 450C race number 12 in the order out on the track. Next off the gate, we're going to have the 50 plus in women's class. Two-stroke open riders should be in staging, and 50cc 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 riders down to pre-staging. So leaders working through that center section. Some yellow flags going on down in that off-camber turn area there. And it looks like there's your leader making his way down that left-hand side of the track, down to the horseshoe turn section. And that's Noah Horton taking over the top spot on the 573. So a little trouble for the 29 of Sam Andrews out in the middle section there. Not sure if that was Andrews who those yellow flags were waving for. There you see Horton up and over the finish line. 25 of Dom Pizzonia makes the move to second. So it looks like that might have been Andrews having those problems out there. So Noah Horton, Dom Pizzonia, Steve Stefanik, Austin Marcel, Jordan Magora, and Jordan Magora top 5, Alex Adams in 6th, Del Bono 7th, McNamara 8th, McRae 9th, Andrews comes around in 10th. So big problems for the 2.9 Yamaha on that lap. Definitely not the direction you want to be going in from 1st to 10th. That's the wrong way to go. You should not be doing that. Someone needs to tell Sam, don't do that again. So beautiful day here at Winchester Speedpark. Round 2 for the Winchester Motocross Series. Round 3 for the folks from New England Motocross racing with us here today. Big changes to the Winchester layout, so hopefully everybody enjoying the new changes to the track layout. We've brought back that big, long, sweeping section out along the tree line in the very back. Changed up the little 4-pack there that was right before the finish, so definitely made some interesting changes to the track layout here at Winchester. And a beautiful blue sky day here today for racing. So watching the leader make his way down to the horseshoe turn section. There's the 573. Noah Horton, he's going to use the high line in that off-camber turn. And then down through that triple section into the finish line turn. He's going to go 2-1 through there. And Horton's going to get the 2-lap board this time around. So 2 to go for the rider on the 573. And now the 114, Stefanik makes the move around into that second spot. Pizzonia going to drop back down to 3rd on the 25. Austin Marceau, the 38, continues to hang on to 4th. There's the 93 of Magora. We're rounding out the top 5, so no change in the front 5 here. One rider swapping up spots a little. Now the 29 of Adams back on the move here. Adams up to 7th, so he's in full-on point salvaging mode here after being out front early on and then having a little bit of trouble. So riders making their way up that center rhythm section, rough, rutted section of track there. And look, if you lead it down out of the S-turn section, here comes the 573 of Horton down the left-hand side. And the 1-lap board is out as Noah Horton makes his way through the finish line turn. So Horton holds down the lead. There's the 114 of Stefanik through the finish line jump. He's going to hang on to 2nd. And the 25 of Pizzonia is still in 3rd. So that's your top 3 with the 1-lap board out here in the 450C. 50 plus and women's class next off the gate. Riders in the 2-stroke open should be in the staging area. 50cc 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 riders down to pre-staging. There's the 573 of Horton making his way down to the horseshoe turn section here on the final lap. And there's the checkered flag, the race win for the 573 Automatic Distributors ride of Noah Horton. On the 114, Stefanik will come across the line in second. There's the 25 Yamaha ride of Don Pizzoni at third. On the 38, Austin Marteau across the line. It's going to be the 93 of Jordan Magora hanging on to round out the. That'll do it here. We'll get ready to go with the gate 50. In the 50 plus gate drop, that's the number 8 of Nathan Martell grabbing the whole shot. So the item in sales, CD Davenport Trucking, Martell Excavating rider with the whole shot for the 50 plus class. Women's gate drop. Looks like one rider having a little bit of trouble over there in turn 2. We'll get ready to go with the gate drop for the women's class here. And the 605 Thunderbolt MX Factory Connection ride. The Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki of Kendall Chase with the whole shot. She had the 271 of Katie Sear right alongside her, but Chase able to put the Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride out in front. And the 790 taking the top spot now. Ray Bergeron out front in the 50 plus. So Bergeron battling with the number 8 of Martell. Martell's going to get him right before the finish. So the number 8, Ottoman Sales, KTM ride. Nathan Martell takes the spot away right before the finish. 790 of Bergeron drops to the second spot. On the number 10, it's Mike Doucette running third. Tri-City Lennox rider Kevin Berquist in fourth. Berquist a little trouble executing after the finish. On the 602, Zarsi Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX Factory Connection ride. Kurt Zarsi rounds out the top 5. Dave Shattuck on the 76 running in. Running 7th is Ron Hanisch, the 42. Mike Stevens in 8th. Jim Nerona in 9th on the 369. And DeWitt Davis, the 367 Kawasaki ride. The Green Goblin rounds out the top 10. And there's the 271 out front with the lead in the women's class. Katie Sear takes the top spot. Sorry, Kendall Chase with the top spot. Katie Sear in second. I am not doing a very good job today. Sierra Bernard on the 418 running in third. Gabrielle Connors fourth. And Katie Hanisch rounds out the top 5. I'm going to go and check my brain out in the truck here, see if I actually have one today. So there is your leader on the number 8, Martel, out of the horseshoe turn section as he comes down through the left-hand side, starting to stretch it out over the 790 of Bergeron. He's going to come through the finish line jump. 2-lap board is out here in the 50-plus in women's class. There's a 790 of Bergeron. Solid second-place run going for that rider on the KTM. Got a pair of KTMs battling out front here in the 50-plus. Race 13 in the order. Next off the gate, we got the two-stroke open. 50cc 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 should be in staging. Open A and B riders, you should be in pre-staging. Kurt Zarsi's going to make a move up here, so Zarsi's going to move into the 3rd spot now for the 50-plus. It's going to drop Berquist down to 4th. And it looks like Shattuck is going to get around Mike Doucette to take over 5th, so the 76 Yamaha rider moves up. And there's your leader in the women's class on the 605, Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki. That is Kendall Chase, your leader in the women's class. See the 271 of Katie Sear coming through the finish line jump. She is in the 2nd spot there in the women's class. And there's the 418 of Bernard running in 3rd. So 2-lap board is out. We're going to be looking at the 1-lap board this time around as Martel makes his way over the finish line jump. So Nathan Martel looking for one more time around here. .790 of Bergeron continues in the 2nd spot as Bergeron makes his way through the start turn section. So Nathan Martel, Ray Bergeron, Kurt Zarsi, Kevin Berquist, and Dave Shattuck going to give that 5th place spot back to the 60 now. So Mike Stevens gets back into the top 5 as he gets back to 5th place. That's the top 5 in the 50-plus. Kendall Chase, Katie Sear, Sierra Bernard, Gabrielle Connors, and Katie Hanisch with top 5 in the women's class last time through. We'll see if that running order holds the same. .367 of Davis and the 42 Ron Hanisch battling it out for that 10th place spot there in the 50. So final time around here in the 50-plus and women's class here at Winchester Speedpark. Kicking off the 2015 motocross racing season here last week. Got round 2 here today. We've got next weekend off for the New Jersey Supercross, and we'll be back here the following Saturday. And the checkered flag, there's the race win in the 50-plus for the Eidelman Sales, C.D. Davenport Trucking, Martel Excavating Ride, Nathan Martel with the win. 790 across the line, second, that's Ray Bergeron in the 50-plus class. Kurt Zarcy hangs on to the third spot there in the 50 plus on the 602 Zarcy Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX Factory Connection ride. Tri-City Line X rider Berquist fourth, and it's going to be the 60 of Mike Stevens rounding out the top 5 for the 50 plus. Moto win in the women's class, the 605 Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki ride of Kendall Chase. We're ready to go here with the two-stroke open. Big jump up the inside line, no question about that. Taylor Fortini, the North Adams sheet metal rider, with the hole shot. All right, down the inside far corner. It looks like the 111 of Bashiri may have made the pass into the lead. And it is Jared Bashiri, the 111 KTM, takes over the top spot. 528 of Fortini makes the move to second. Looks like the 319. That's the North Adams sheet metal ride of Colby Fortini into third. So there you see the KTM of Bashiri down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. He's going to come down to that horseshoe turn section on his way to the finish line. So solid run out front early on for the 111. It looks like Bashiri trying to set the pace here. Jared Bashiri, Breen Burke, 1 and 2. As we watch Bashiri all the way down the right-hand side, that big left-hander along the tree line. So Bashiri, Burke, Taylor Fortini, Colby Fortini, Brady Hill, top 5. Kevin Hill in 6th, Jake Bishop 7th, Jake Walker 8th, Dom Frisola in 9th, and Cameron Duvall rounding out the top 10 on lap 1 here. And there is the 111 Bashiri making his way up that center rhythm section. Solid run early on. Made the move without wasting a lot of time. Burke on the 855 follows him around Fortini. We'll see if Fortini can answer back. All right, so it is Bashiri, Burke, and the 528 Fortini. That's your top 3. It's starting to heat up the battle for 4th place, though. The number 18, Brady Hill, the Du Bois Construction, Shallow Brothers Firewood, Mike Supply Company ride, has got the spot, but he does not have a lot of breathing room. Hilson Contractors rider Kevin Hill right there with him. The 319 of Colby Fortini drops back down to 6th. Jake Bishop 7th. Jake Walker in 8th. Cameron Duvall 9th. And there is the 316 for Sola rounding out the top 10. And we're looking at your leader into the S-turn section over the Riverside Drive tabletop. Once again, the 111 of Basheri going to come down to that horseshoe turn section. And there you see him coming out of that triple section. 2-lap board comes out for the 111 ride of Basheri. Burke and Fortini 2nd and 3rd. Now Hill able to get himself a little bit of breathing room as he's up into that 4th spot. And no, Brady Hill takes it back. So Brady Hill not giving that one away. Colby Fortini, the 626 of Jake Bishop, and the 41, Cameron Dufall, all battling right there is the 46 of Walker as well. Looking at the battles on the right-hand side as you see Fortini going across the back of the screen. Here comes your 3rd place ride. That is Fortini making his way up the center rhythm section. So watching the battle here, Colby Fortini and Jake Walker, it looks like. And nice move as Walker goes to the inside in that horseshoe turn section. He's going to take the spot away. Oh, and Fortini nose high over the finish line jump there. Almost threw that one away. So one more time around here, 2-stroke open. Jared Basheri, Breen Burke, Taylor Fortini, Brady Hill, and Kevin Hill. That's your top 5. Cameron Dufall, Colby Fortini, Jake Bishop, Jake Walker, and Dom Versola through the top 10. And looking at your leader to make his way down to the finish line turn here, and it's going to be the checkered flag, the race win here in the two-stroke open for the rider on the 111. The KTM ride of Jared Bashiri takes the win. .855 of Breen Burke across the line to hang on to second. On the 528, Fortini will get third. There's Brady Hill fourth. And Kevin Hill will round out the top five. And we'll get ready to go here. 50cc riders. On the number 2, Cody Beckwith grabs the whole shot for the 50cc 7-9 gate drop. And getting ready to go here with the 50cc 4-6. And that's a 113. Spencer Brodeur with the whole shot for the 50cc 4-6 gate drop. And it's number 2, Cody Beckwith, the Ottoman Sales. CD Davenport trucking rider out front would lead in the 7-9 class. The 16, Gavin LaRose into second. And that is first trip up that center rhythm section for those riders. And leaders all the way to the far left-hand side down the Riverside Drive tabletop section. We're going to watch them pop into view here right through the horseshoe turn section. And it is number 2 of Cody Beckwith out front with the lead. So Beckwith, the Idleman Sales rider, would lead in the 7-9. There's the 16, Gavin LaRose in second. On the 928, up into third is Mason Nettleton. The 327 running in fourth is Jaden Doyen. Rounding out the top 5 on the 715, that's the Mason Racing ODI Atlas Dunlop OGO ride of Gavin Philbrook. Queso Diego running in the 6th spot. Running 7th on the number 22. That is the K-Ray Graphics Cobra ride of Ginger Osgood. Lucas Fuller on the 421 in 8th. Eric Franklin 9th. And Merrill Cox rounds out the top 10 for the 7-9 class. There's your leader in the 4-6, the 113 of Spencer Brodeur. The 225 across the line, that's Owen Webster. Second spot in the 4-6, there's the 901 of Austin Ober. Running in third, the 199. I'm sorry, actually the 199 of Miles last race in the 7-9 class. So third spot in the 4-6 is the 14 of Rita DeLeo. There's a 501 of Colby Philippone. He's running in the 4th spot for the 4-6 class. So it was Beckwith, LaRose, Nettleton, Doyen, and Philbrook, top 5 in the 7 and 9, first time across the stripe. The 113, Spencer Brodeur out front in the 4 to 6 with Austin Ober second, DeLeo in third, Philippone running in fourth. And rounding out the top 5 here in the 50cc 4 to 6 looks like it's going to be the number 11. That is Madison Casimir through the triple section. And the one lap board is out as your leader makes his way through. Oh, and riders LaRose gets stuck in the downed rider. He was right behind him, so Nettleton will make the pass into second. LaRose is going to have to get back to work as he was right behind the rider that tipped over in that turn, and LaRose got stuck a little bit. So that'll be third place for that rider. He's going to have to get back on the charge. And looks like now it is going to be Philbrook up into fourth, Doyen in the 5th spot on the 327, Osgood 6th. So we're going to do the final lap here, 50cc 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 class riders, race 15 in the order. Open A and B next off the gate. Brodeur still holds the lead in the 4 to 6. Ober on the 901 in second. There is DeLeo on the 14 in third. DeLeo starting to close up a little bit on Ober, but with 1 lap to go, he is really going to have to be on the move to make the pass. And it's Beckwith, Nettleton, and LaRose, top 3 in the 7 to 9. Final lap here in the 50cc class. Open A and B off the gate next. Open C riders should be in staging. 85 A and B riders, you need to be down in pre-staging. And hey, again, folks, make sure you stop over and see Paul over at the Buckley Photos tent. Paul's got all kinds of good stuff in the gallery from this year. He had someone here shooting last week, so just because you didn't see him here last week does not mean he doesn't have pictures from the event. So get on over to the Buckley Photos rig, say hi to Paul, and see why for over 40 years New England Motocross Photography has had just one name, and that name is Buckley Photos. You can also stop down and see the folks down at Aggressive Graphics. They are here doing custom pre-printed graphics. They're doing custom jersey lettering and numbering on site, so you can bring that on over there and get that done custom for you right here. And looks like the checkered flag going to come out. We might have a change for the lead here in the triple section right before the finish. Beckwith with a little trouble getting through, almost gave it away, but he'll hang on for the win. So Cody Beckwith with the win. Mason Nettleton across the line second. And the Eidelman Sales CD Davenport Trucking rider Beckwith almost threw it away. There's LaRose across the line in third after getting hung up behind a slower rider in that little issue right before the finish. On the 715, it's going to be Philbrook getting across the line in the 4th spot. Rounding out the top 5, the 327 of Jaden Doyen. Ginger Osgood just going to miss that 5th place spot. She'll be in 6th. Diego in 7th. Here comes the 113 KTM. That's going to be your winner here in the 50cc 4 to 6. That's Spencer Brodeur with the win. So Brodeur across the line to take the win there. Second spot here in the 50cc 4 to 6 goes to the rider on the 901. That is Austin Ober. And the 14 of Rita DeLeo across the line to hang on to third. That's the top three in the 50cc 4 to 6. We're going to get ready to go here with the riders in the Open A and B. So clearing off the riders here in the 50cc class as we get ready to go with Open A and B. They'll be coming off the gate next. And it's going to be the 740 of Max Murphy grabbing the whole shot there. So the Winchester Motorsports Western Mass Environmental alias Factory Connection KTM ride with the early lead. It's going to lead him down the right-hand side. So underway here, Open A and B race number 16 in the order. Open novice riders next off the gate. 85 A and B should be in staging, and 85 C riders in pre-staging. And riders off to the back left corner here. So out front now with the lead, it's the 23 of Josh Clark. Clark's going to lead him down through the finish line turn. There's the 740 of Murphy in second. 238. Kyle Bushy, the North Star Motorsports rider, running in third. Here's the 801. That's Eric Steger running in fourth. Rounding out the top five, the 29 MC Racing Decal Works Factory Connection Garnet ride of Chris Cato. Luke Stevens in sixth. Eric Steger seventh. Nick Hool on the 53 Honda runs in eighth. On the 15, John Kumita is running in the ninth spot here, and rounding out the top 10 looks like it's going to be the 75 of Brock Tucci. It's just going to edge out the 625 of Pat Carino. So Clark and Murphy up the center rhythm section. So there's the 23 of Clark into the high line through the off-camber horseshoe turn section. He's going to hang on to the top spot here. .740 of Murphy maintains second, 238 of Bushy running in third. And there is the 801 Staker making his way through in the fourth spot. Sorry, Nathan Garrity making his way through in the fourth spot. And Chris Cato, the 29, rounds out the top 5 still. But Cato's going to be dealing with the pressure from the 215 as Luke Stevens closes the gap up on him. Stevens going through the start turn section trying to track down that spot. And there is your leader hitting that big triple coming to the 2-lap board as he comes into the finish line section. So the 23 of Clark, no problems airing that out. You see Murphy airing it out behind him. And Bushy electing to scrub that one off there. So just the top 2 riders hucking that big triple coming into that section. So clicking off the laps here in the Open AB, it is Josh Clark, Max Murphy, Kyle Bushy, Nathan Garrity, Chris Cato, top 5, Steven Staker, Houle, Tucci, and Carino through the top 10. Open novice riders next off the gate. 85 A and B should be in staging, 85 C riders in pre-staging. And the 2-lap board, or the 1-lap board is out as Clark makes his way through the finish line jump. We'll watch the 740 of Murphy airing out that big triple into the finish line turn as well. Unfortunately, a little bit of a blockage there. Can't really get a good angle on that with the camera. So you're only able to see just a little bit of them heading through there. Oh, and this time around, Bushy's going to go ahead and go for it. So there is Clark down the left-hand side. The 23 Yamaha ride going to come down into the horseshoe turn section one final time. And we'll watch Clark make his way into the finish line turn here. Through that big triple section one more time. The checkered flag will come out, and that'll be the race win for the 23. The Shift Racing Factory Connection ride of Josh Clark with the win. Second place on the 740 Winchester Motorsports alias Factory Connection Western Mass Environmental ride goes to Max Murphy. And underway with the gate drop here in the open novice, and it looks like that was the 29 of Andrews wrapping the whole shot. I'm sorry, actually the 25 of Pizzonia looked like it was the one out front with the whole shot in that one. So riders up that center rhythm section right across the inside. So there's your leaders coming down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section down into the horseshoe turn. And into the triple section there right before the finish out front with the lead is going to be around 822. That's Caleb Connors. The 570 of Cody Stoddard in the second spot. The 25 of Dom Pizzonia drops back to third. 709, that's Dexter Samaro running in the fourth spot. Rounding out the top five on lap one, it's the 63 of Riley Maynard. Brian Llewellyn running in sixth. Kyle Kelsey seventh. Dylan Tardif eighth. Jordan Magora ninth. And Casey McNamara, the 26, rounds out the top 10 on lap one. So riders heading all the way down the right-hand side, heading down to that far tree line section in the very center of the track. So Connors, Stoddard, and Pizzonia top three last time through. We'll see if they can hold on to that spot with Samaro and Maynard right behind them. This is race 17 in the order, the Open C out on the track. 85 AB next off the gate. Riders in the 85 novice, you should be in the staging area. And riders in the 30 plus A, B, and C final motor with the first half should be down in the pre-staging area. 50cc Open riders, first moto in the second half of racing, can get ready to head down to pre-staging as well. So 2 to go. There's the 8.22 ride of Caleb Connors holding down the top spot, 570. Cody started still in second, and the 25 of Pizzoni in third. So no change in the top three. Maynard still fourth. And the 709 of Somero still rounds out the top five rather. So no change at the front of the pack here in the Open C. So this is Open Novice Riders out on the track. And there is a leader on the 822, Caleb Connors. So Connors holding down that top spot. And 1 to go for the 822.25. Adam Pizzoni now makes the move to second. That'll drop the 570 as Stoddard back to third. And now Stoddard's got to watch out for the 63 of Maynard, as Maynard has picked up the pace. 709 of Somero still rounding out the top five, but he's got Brian Llewellyn and Dylan Tardif right there with him. So we'll see if Somero can hold on to it. All right, so leaders across that inside section, and things are really starting to tighten up. Caleb Connors, Dom Pizzoni, and Cody Stoddard all in that same section of real estate there. And there is the leader down to the horseshoe turn section on the final lap. He's going to go wide around the outside. Second place rider is going to go tight to the inside, but doesn't look like anything's going to happen there. And into the triple. And that's going to be the race win for the 822 of Caleb Connors. 25 of Dom Pizzoni going to hang on a second under pressure from the 63 of Maynard right at the finish there, but Maynard will have to settle for third. And looks like Cody Stoddard, Dexter Somero still fourth and fifth as that rounds up the Open C. And we're going to get ready ready to go here with the the 85 AB 7 to 15 class. 85 AB 7 to 15 next off the gate. And we'll set to go here with the 85 A and B riders. So it looked like the 41, Cameron Dufault, Suzuki rider with the whole shot there for the 85 AB. And it looks like it's going to be Dufault and the 444 of Justin Coquino's top two coming up the inside. So up and over the option tabletop, your leaders come into the S-turn section as they get ready to come down the left-hand side of the track. And down to the triple section right before the finish, there's the 444, Justin Coquinos, the 41 of Cameron Dufault, 1 and 2. On the 551, it's going to be Nick Niles running in third. 726, Ty Lepasier on the D. Condren ride in the fourth spot. Rounding out the top five, the 111 of Larry Fortin. Aiden Willett in sixth. Tristan King, the 62, running in seventh. Aiden LaFlamme in eighth. It's Alex Fennoff running in ninth. And Zach Parker rounds out the top 10 on the 84. And hey, want to remind folks, make sure you are riding in the pits only if you're a racer. Going down to the gate and back to your pit area. You should not be riding around the pits if you're not a racer. And you should not be riding around to visit your friends. Just go down to the gate and back to your pit area. Also, if you have folks coming out here to visit you and watch the races here today, as always, we ask that you have them park off the roadway areas. And just please make sure you keep those roads clear for all the emergency vehicles that need to get around the track. And of course, the track vehicles doing work out there. So please make sure you help us out with that. And I see the 444 of Coquinos coming around, but I do not see Dufault coming around here. So Cameron Dufault off the pace out in the back section there a little bit. We'll see if something's going on with that bike. See the rest of the riders making their way through here. So the 444 out in front. Justin Coquino stretching out the lead. So it is Coquino's Lepasier, Larry Fortin up into third now. Default drops to fourth. Nick Niles in the fifth place spot. Willette sixth, Tristan King seventh, Aiden Laflamme eighth, Alex Fenoff ninth, and Sam St. Laurent puts the 127 into the top 10 now. And it looks like Cameron Default back on the move now as he's gotten back around the 111 of Larry Fortin coming up that center rhythm section. All right, so 2 to go here as the 444 of Justin Coquinos makes his way in through the finish line jump. Coquinos heading out through the start turn section as we watch the rest of our riders come into the finish line turn to fall back into that second spot. So he's gotten around Lepasier as well. So working through the laps here, 85 A and B riders. So continuing to click off the laps, we're down to one lap around here. Justin Coquinos and Cameron Default 1 and 2. Want to wish a happy birthday to Dylan Palladino here, celebrating a birthday with us here today. Happy birthday, Dylan. little trouble after the finish for the 551, and Nick Niles is going to lose that 5th place spot. Willett will get around and take it away with the 1-lap board out. So Justin Coquinos came into fall. Larry Fortin, top 3. And it's Ty Lepasier in 4th, and Willett will move up into 5th as Nick Niles having a little trouble there. And there's the 41 at default, making his way up the center rhythm section, heading back into that off-camber turn. And there's the 444, Justin Coquinos one more time into that horseshoe turn section. And he'll make that run down the triple section into the finish line turn. That'll be the race win for the 444 of Justin Coquinos. And making the move to second on the final lap. That's going to be the 111 of Larry Fortin getting that second position. Ty Lepasier will hang on to 3rd in the 726 for the 85 AB. Out front with the whole shot in the 85 novice, 7-15, the Poplar Hill Machines Husqvarna ride of Tom Kirkulonis, the number 45. So Kirkulonis making his way up that inside rhythm section of the off-camber turn. The 45 Husqvarna rider trying to hold on to the top spot early here. There's the 45 Kirkulonis into the off-camber turn section, the horseshoe turn. So there's the 45 out front with the lead here in the 85C on the Poplar Hill Machine Husqvarna. .726, that is Jason Rose in the second spot. 638 Dabrowski running in 3rd. On the 813, Cody Sheedy 4th. Matt Hanisch rounds out the top 5. Cameron Thurston running in 6th. Devin O'Leary 7th. Hagen Lilly in the 8th spot. And Ed Rowell, the 47, running 9th. Rounding out the top 10 on lap 1, though, it's going to be the rider on the 215, Devin Norton. So there is the Husqvarna ride of Tom Kirkalonis down the left-hand side. He's going to come down to the horseshoe turn section. And Kirkalonis uses the high line through that section there. And then he'll double single into the turn for the finish. Jason Rose on the 726 in the second spot, coming through that section right before the finish. And it looks like Dabrowski's still in third, but Cody Sheedy is starting to put the pressure on him. Sheedy is right with him. Cameron Thurston rounds out the top 5 on the 43. Picking up your leader on the 45 right through the center section there. That is Kirkalonis leading this one in the 85C. 30-plus A, B, and C riders next off the gate. The riders in the 50cc Open, motor number 1 in the second half, need to be in the staging area. 250C riders down to pre-staging. So Kirkalonis running way out front, solid run at the front of the field here, as he grabbed the whole shot and has not looked back 1 second since then. So Kirkalonis getting it done out in front. And he's going to get the 1 lap board. So one more time around for the young man there on the 45 Poplar Hill Machines Husqvarna ride. On the 726, that is Jason Rose, KTM ride in the second spot. Here's the 638 of Dabrowski in third. Cody Sheedy, the 813, is not giving up that spot, though. Sheedy right there, trying to take that third place spot away as you see him go through the start turn section. And Cameron Thurston makes the move up into the top 5. So Thurston on the 43 rounds out the top 5. Matt Hanisch right there in 6th. Devin O'Leary 7th. Hagen Lilly 8th. Ed Rowell 9th. And looking for the 215. See if Norton can continue to round out the top 10 with a 1 lap board out here in 85C. And the checkered flag will come out here. The race win goes to the 45 Poplar Hill Machine ride of Tom Kirkalonis. So Kirk Alonis with the win. Jason Rose second. Nick Dabrowski will hang on a third. Fourth. Just in the 43. 5 here for 30 BNC. So getting ready to go here with the 30-plus class. On the 13 Suzuki ride, that's going to be Rich Frank with the whole shot for the 30 AB gate drop. And on the 383, Justin Dwyer grabs the whole shot for the 30-plus novice. Making their way up that center rhythm section. Looks like Rich Frank and the 130A. And down the left-hand side they go, down to the Riverside Drive tabletop. We're going to look for the 13 to come down to the horseshoe turn section. There's a Suzuki ride. Rich Frank out front with the lead. So 13, Rich Frank with the lead. Kenny G's Performance Tuning, Prospect Designs, Honda ride. Rick Morin in second. Randy Carey on the 32 running in third. The 171 out front with the lead in the 30-plus B. That's the Wheels Power Sports Boron Construction Fly Racing ride of Jamie Hunkler. So Rich Frank, Rick Moore, and Randy Carey, Scott McPhail, Scott Buxton, top 5 in the 38. Jamie Hunkley, Aaron Brodeur, Arnaldo Lopez, CJ Rousseau, and Mark Erickson, top 5 in the 30B. Out front with the lead in the 30C class, there's the 414 Kawasaki rider, Scott McRae. Brian Jones in the second spot on the 420, Greg Smith running in third. Dwyer in fourth on the 383. And looks to be the 806 of Steve Miss rounding out the top 5 for the 30-plus C class. All right, out of the horseshoe turn section, Rich Frank still trying to hold off the 112 of Morin. Down to the finish line turn, and Morin not giving an inch on that one. So Rich Frank, Rick Moore, and Randy Carey, top three. Buxton and McPhail, fourth and fifth for the A class. Jamie Hunkler, Aaron Brodeur out in front in the 30B. Hunkler holding down a little less than a second gap. So Hunkler going to have to stay ahead of the 241 of Brodeur. There's Lopez, the 991 in third. Erickson right there with him, though, in fourth. And the 87, C.J. Rousseau, rounding out the top five. So pretty tight battle, third, fourth, and fifth. Buxton heading up that left-hand side. Jamie Hunkler, Aaron Brodeur battling for the lead in the 30B. They're starting to get up into the middle of the pack in the A class here. And Rich Frank still maintains the top spot in the 30A, holding off the 112 of Morin. Here's the 32 of Carey, the 512 of Buxton, and the 241 of Aaron Brodeur makes a pass around into the lead now. So Brodeur takes the top spot away in the B class. Hunkler drops to second. So 2-lap board is out. 30 A and B riders out on the track. 30 C riders on the track as well. Rich Frank, Rick Moore, and Randy Carey, top three in the A. Aaron Brodeur, Jamie Huntley, Mark Erickson, top three in the B. And it looks like the 414, Scott McRae still holds the top spot in the 30+ C. Brian Jones, the 420 Honda, making his way into the triple in the second spot in the C class, and it looks like Greg Smith on the 117 still third. So there's your top three in that class as well. So one to go, and Rich Frank still holds down the top spot. Morin right there with him in the 30A, but has not been able to execute a pass so far. Buxton maintains the third spot. And looks like the 241, Aaron Brodeur, is starting to stretch it out a little bit over Hunkler. Hunkler, the Boron Construction Fly Racing rider, in the second spot for the B class. 241 of Brodeur holds the lead. This is the final moto of the first half. 50cc Open, first moto of the second half, lined up on the start gate. 250C riders should be in staging. 250A and B riders down to pre-staging. We got to send a happy birthday out to Caleb Connor. Caleb celebrating his 16th birthday with us here today. Caleb taking a win earlier on. That's a great way to celebrate the day. So happy birthday, Caleb. And looks like the 414 of Scott McRae holding down the top spot still in the C class. Brian Jones and the 117 of Smith second and third. And there's the checkered flag, the race win in the 30A. The rider on the 13, the lucky number 13 Suzuki, that's Rich Frank with the win. Kenny G's Performance Tuning, Joe V's Custom Design, Prospect Design ride of Rick Morin across the line second. It's going to be the 512 of Buxton third. The 241 Kawasaki takes the win in the B class. That's Aaron Brodeur. Second place in the B, the 171 Wheels Power Sports Boron Construction ride of Jamie Hunkler. And underway in the 50cc Open here. And that looked like it was the 11 of Adam Hayen with the whole shot, rider out of Pembroke, Mass, leading the whole shot here in the 50cc Open. Looks like the number 2 Cody Beckwith taking over the top spot here as Beckwith out in front. And I believe Spencer Brodeur battling into the second spot on the 113, trying to get a better look at those numbers as they head off into the back section. All right, leaders down the left-hand side here, down to the horseshoe turn section. Looks like that is the number 2 out in front. So Cody Beckwith picking up where he left off earlier in the day. The Idleman Sales CD Davenport trucking rider out front. Oh, and rider going down, coming into that horseshoe turn section there. Here's your leader coming over the finish line jump, the number 2 of Beckwith out front. It is the 113. That is the 113X Amaro Cox in the second spot. So Cox was the rider up towards the front of the pack. Gavin LaRose running in third. Ginger Osgood, the K-Ray Graphics Cobra ride in fourth. Gavin Philbrook on the 715. Mason Racing ODI Atlas neck braces. Dunlop OGO ride runs in the 5th place spot. Jaden Doy in 6th. Adam Hayen in 7th. Rita DeLeo running in 8th. On the 43, Eric Franklin 9th. Corbin on the 919 rounds out the top 10 on lap 1. So there is your leader making his way up that center rhythm section on the number 2 KTM ride. So leader heading to the S-turn section. Here comes the battle for second and third. And make sure you make some noise for all these little guys and gals as they make their way through the spectator areas. This is a very, very tough course to get around on a full-size bike, never mind these little 50cc bikes. So all these guys and gals doing a great job. One lap board is out for the number 2 of Cody Beckwith as the Idleman Sales CD Davenport Trucking rider heads into the finish line turn. On the 16, Gavin LaRose makes the move to second. That's going to put the 113 of Merrill Cox into third. And Philbrook battling it out now with the 22 of Ginger Osgood. Philbrook's going to get the 4th spot, but Osgood's not done yet. She is going back after the 715. All right, so leaders all the way down the far right-hand side. There's going to be the number 2 of Beckwith making his way back up into the center. So final time around here as the number 2, Cody Beckwith, makes his way down the left-hand side. And there is Beckwith making his way through the horseshoe turn section, final time through. And a little feet off the pegs action going through that triple section right before the finish, but going to get it all under control and take the moto win. So that's the race win for the Idleman Sales CD Davenport Trucking KTM of Cody Beckwith. On the 113X, Merrill Cox across the line to hang on a second. The 16, Gavin LaRose grabs third. On the 715, 4th place goes to Gavin Philbrook. So Philbrook, the Mason Racing ODI Atlas Dunlop OGO rider, hangs on a 4th. Ginger Osgood, the 22 K-Ray Graphics Cobra, rounds out the top 5. And we're going to get ready to go racing with 250C in just a moment. So just finishing out the rest of the 50cc riders here, 50cc Open. All right, looks like we're about set to go here with the 250C riders. And that is going to be the 29. Sam Andrews grabbing the whole shot here for 250C. So leaders up the center rhythm section. And down the left-hand side, looks at the 29 of Andrew continues to lead him out as he goes over the Riverside Drive tabletop section. And there is Andrews down into the horseshoe turn. And actually, that's the 205 Hill taking over the lead. So the Hilson Contractors Yamaha ride, Kevin Hill takes over the top spot. Andrews into second, the 822 of Caleb Connors into that third spot. On the 377, it is Floyd Seville running in fourth, Phil Steinbach. The Scott Motorsports Factory Connection rider rounds out the top five. Then it's Alex Burdick, Elijah Johnson, sixth and seventh. Running in the eighth spot, it's Noah Horton, the 573 Automatic Distributors ride. Kyle Kelsey on the 214 ninth, and rounding out the top 10 on the 114, it's Steve Stefanik. So picking up your leader coming down the left-hand side. And Kevin Hill, the 205, Hilson Contractors Yamaha rider, looking to put another win in the books here. So 2 to go as Hill makes his way over the finish line jump. And Seville now makes the move around into second. So problems on Andrews on that lap. Sam Andrews dropping a couple spots. So now it's Kevin Hill, Floyd Seville, Phil Steinbach, top 3. Andrews drops to 4th. And the 822, Caleb Connors rounding out the top 5. So the 205 up the center rhythm section. There's the one-lap board as we follow Hill around there on that lap. So Kevin Hill got to get it done one more time around to grab the win here in the 250C. Steinbach and the 377 of Floyd Seville duking it out for that second place spot. Steinbach's going to get it. So the Scott Motorsports Factory Connection Honda rider gets under Seville coming through the start turn. Takes that spot away. Final time around here in the 250C, looking for the 205. Kevin Hill to make his way down the left-hand side. And there is the Hilson Contractors rider down to the horseshoe turn section high line for the 205 Yamaha ride. On his way to the checkered flag. And that'll be the race win for the Hilson Contractors Yamaha ride of Kevin Hill. On the 131, it is going to be Phil Steinbach, the Scott Motorsports Factory Connection ride across the line, second, 377 to Floyd Seville, third. And it's going to be TJ Donahue making a pass on the final lap to take fourth on the TNT Repairs Chaplin Motorsports ride. Noah Horton, the Automatic Distributors Kawasaki, will round out the top five. All right, just putting a little bit of water down out there in the back sections. 250 A and B ride is going to leave the gate next. And that's the 740 Winchester Motorsports Western Mass Environmental alias Factory Connection ride. Max Murphy with the whole shot for the 250A gate drop. And the 626, that is Jacob Bishop with the whole shot for the B gate drop. And looks like the 23 Josh Clark taking the top spot away in the 250A as they come to that off-camber turn in the center. And jumping out to the front of the pack now in the 250B, it's going to be the 111 of Jared Basheri, KTM rider out of Halifax, Mass. All right, so there's Clark out in front of the 23, the 376. That's Chris Canning in the second spot. On the 740, Murphy running in third. Ryan Dowd, the Chaplin Motorsports rider, fourth. Rounding out the top five, the Reed's Ferry Shed Factory Connection KTM of Mike Carlton. in the B class, Jared Basheri with the lead, Breen Burke in second, Jake Bishop third, Steve Brady running fourth, and Chris Cato, the MC Racing rider, rounds out the top 5. Battle for the lead heating up now as Canny's going to get around to take the top spot away from Clark as they come up that center rhythm section. All right, down the left-hand side, there's Canning over the big Riverside Drive tabletop. Going to go into the inside line for that horseshoe turn. So Chris Canning taking the top spot away from Clark early on. There is the 740 of Murphy still running in third. And riders starting to go away from that triple jump. I don't see riders hucking that triple into the turn now like they were earlier. So not sure if maybe that line is starting to go away a little bit. Good look at the Riverside Drive tabletop section there. Riders coming down the left-hand side. There's the 111 of Basheri into the finish line turn. So Basheri, the 111 KTM, has the top spot. Still Basheri, Breen Burke, and Jake Bishop top 3. Brady closes up a little bit now on Burke though now. So Bishop and Brady going to have a battle for third. Bishop closes up on Burke. So we may have a 3-way battle for the lead here. A little bit over a second separating those riders. Working through the laps here, it is still Chris Canning, Josh Clark, Max Murphy, Ben Fitzpatrick, and Alex Higley top 5 as Carlton gets dropped out of the top 5 by the 59 of Higley. Jared Basheri, Breen Burke, Jake Bishop, Steve Brady, and Chris Cato top 5 now in the 250B as Cato makes the move around Higley to get into the top 5. So that's the top 5 running order in A and B here. 250A and B riders on the track. Race 3 in the second half here. 65 A and B, 65 C riders next off the gate. Riders in the 40 AB, you should be in staging. Youth A and B riders should be in pre-staging. So there you see Canning making his way through the horseshoe turn section, working around a slower rider. So no change towards the front of the pack here, A or B class. Things are going to start to get a little bit interesting now as we're going to watch these faster riders in the A class start to get into some traffic from the B class. B riders are battling for their own position, so you're not going to get anybody kind of pulling out of your way. So Canning, Clark, Murphy, top 3 in the A. Basheri, Burke, and Curtis, top 3 in the B. Trouble there for the 18 of Brady Hill after the finish as he goes down stuck under the bike. He's going to get himself out of there though. So Canning and Clark both making their way through the start turn section. So clicking off the laps here, 250 A and B. Things starting to spread out a little bit on the track, trying to pick up the battle. There's Burke right there on the 855. And working through a little bit of lap traffic in the class here as he's still trying to track down the 111 of Jared Basheri. Basheri on the way down the right-hand side of the track, so he is pretty much gone off the reservation there. 17-second gap for Basheri over Burke. There's Curtis coming over the finish line jump, so Curtis maintains third. And now you got Jake Bishop, Chris Cato, and Sam Higley. Those 3 riders all going over the finish line jump right there together, and that is what you're looking at for 4th, 5th, and 6th place right there. All 3 riders right in that same section of real estate. We'll see if Cato can hang on to that 4th place spot. We're down to 2 to go here. So final 2 laps around here in 250 AB, race number 3 here in the second half. 65 A, B, and C next off the gate. 40 plus A and B riders should be in staging. Youth A, B riders should be in pre-staging. And 1 to go as Canning makes his way over the finish line jump. And did not see Clark there making his way through yet. There's Clark right now. So Canning really opening up a solid gap now. Clark is in the second spot, but well off the pace. 14 seconds back of Canning. There is Murphy on the 740 in third still. And that's going to be the checkered flag coming out here, the race win in the 250A class. That is Chris Canning on the 376 taking the win in the 250A. 23 of Josh Clark will finish it out in the second spot for the 250A. And we're looking for the 740 Western Mass Environmental Winchester Motorsports alias Factory Connection rider Max Murphy to hang on a third. And we're looking for the 111 Jared Basheri to hold on for the win in the B class here. And we'll get ready to go with the 65cc riders. And that's going to be the 526 MotoFit CD Davenport Trucking Ride of Beckwith with the whole shot for the 65cc riders. So 65cc riders out on the track. 65A, the lone A rider out there is the number 8 of Jack Nerona. The rest of the riders on the track are the 65 novice class. And it looks like the 526 of Beckwith holding down the top spot. The MotoFit CD Davenport Trucking Rider. The number 9, Logan Tristani, the Cycle Express, Ozzy, Steak and Eggs, Village Ambulance, Walsh Builders ride into second early, and it looks to be the 800 of Colin Pouch making a move to third as they go off to the back left corner. Leaders coming down the left-hand side, down to the horseshoe turn section. So Beckwith, nice clean double into the section. Pouch on the outside does the same. And Tristani with a nice clean run as well, but it's going to be the 5.26 holding the advantage right now. So Taylor Beckwith holds the top spot. Pouch into second. Tristani will drop to third. Right in that one section there. Pass is happening already. 3:16 or 3:18. Carter Crosby, the Ryan Crosby construction ride, up into fourth. Braden Webster rounds out the top five. Eamon Smith in sixth. Braden Martin seventh on the Valley Motorsports ride. Josh Siegel runs in eighth. Cooper Allen ninth. And Connor Blaze, the 77, rounds out the top 10. And three-way battle continues for the lead here. All right, so Beckwith, Pouch, Tristani still battling for that top spot. And looks like the 800 of Colin Pouch able to make the pass and take the lead. So there's your leader down to the horseshoe turn section. All right, so the top spot's still up for grabs here. These guys are going for it. And Pouch trying to stretch out the lead. Beckwith and Tristani sticking right with him, though. And it looks like Pouch with a little bit of an advantage. He goes all the way to the far right-hand side. Tristani looks like he is stuck right behind Beckwith in third. So looking at the 800 down in the back section, they're going to watch Colin Pouch drop into that S-turn on the left-hand side in just a moment. So the 800 down to the triple section right before the finish, and that's going to bring out the one lap board. Battle continues. Beckwith and the number 9 of Tristani battling for that second spot. Tristani's got it right now. Beckwith wants it. So final lap here, 65 A, B, and C. As I said, Jack Nerona, the lone 65 AB rider out there, so he's got no issues in this moto. Colin Pouch, Logan Tristani, and Taylor Beckwith have been going back and forth for the lead in this one. Crosby in the 4th spot, and Carter Crosby's been pretty consistent in that 4th place spot there on the Ryan Crosby Construction Motorbikes Plus ride. DF Plumbing rider Vincent Artizzoni gets up and into the top 5 now. Artizzoni did not get the start he was looking for. I believe he was 8th or 9th on lap 1, so doing some work to get up there and get himself into the top 5. And looking for you leader down through the horseshoe turn section one final time. And that is going to bring out the checkered flag to race win here in the 65C class on the 800 KTM ride. That's Colin Pouch with the win. Second spot on the Cycle Express Condren Construction County Ambulance Aussie Steak and Eggs ride goes to Logan Tristani. The 526. That is the MotoFit CD Davenport Trucking ride of Taylor Beckwith across the line third. So Pounds with the win, Tristani second, Beckwith third. Carter Crosby will hang on to that fourth spot on the Crosby Construction ride. It's going to be the DF Plumbing KTM of Artizzoni rounding out the top 5. Then you got Braden Martin, the Valley Motorsports rider in 6th, Cooper Allen 7th, Josh Siegel 8th, Braden Webster in 9th, and Brandon Thompson rounds out the top 10 for 65C. We're going to get ready to go with 40 plus A and B class. And it's going to be the 13 Suzuki Rich Frank grabbing the whole shot. And on the 171, sorry, the 71, Kenny Germain with the whole shot for the 40 plus B class on the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Joe V's custom design ride. right, leaders in the 48 coming down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. It looks like it is going to be Honda rider making a move out to the front earlier on here. And no, that is the KTM of Buxton taking the top spot. So the 512 of Buxton moves to the front of the pack. So Scott Buxton, the Fox Racing KTM ride out front. There's the number 13 Suzuki rider, Rich Frank, in second. Prospect Designs, Kenny G's performance tuning ride of Rick Morin in third. The living legend, John Dowd, the 16, the Junkyard Dog, running in fourth. And it's number 8 of Martel rounding out the top 5. Got to tell you, I think in Dowd he's just kind of warming up a little bit here. We'll see if it's go time in a little bit. Here's your leader in the B class on the 71X. That is Kenny Germain. Got to wonder who does that guy's engine work. On the number 30 in the second spot, that is Glenn Galashier across the line in second. Zarcy Custom Cabinets, Top Gear MX Factory Connection ride. Kurt Zarcy takes away that third spot from Berquist, so Berquist drops down to fourth on the Tri-City Linux ride. And it's going to be the 181 of DeGray taking the fourth spot away as DeGray making a pass right after the finish. Shattuck will round out the top 5 now. A little trouble there. Erickson and the 142 of Lacoste coming together after the finish. Yeah, looks like everybody going to be able to stand up after that one there and get ready to walk away. Keeping everybody to the inside line there. And you can see the rider's given wide berth to that. Nice and easy on the inside. So Buxton and now Dowd to second. Rich Frank to third. Rick Morin in the fourth spot. And rounding out the top 5 is going to be the 801 now of Eric Steger. And watching leaders get down that center rhythm section here. Buxton going to be on the outside, Dowdy on the inside. Let's see if the 16 decides to hit the afterburners coming up this section here. He's going to play nice there. And there you see Dowdy going to go to the inside. And again, he's going to play nice. And now he's going to go ahead and say, you know what, I got to go, got to take this pass. Nope, he's going to give it back up. So Buxton stays out front. I see Buxton use the inside line. Dowdy goes to the outside there. And he'll switch it back up and go outside, inside here. So 2 lap board's going to come out. And I'm going to go ahead and say it's time to watch the 16 hit the gas and go bye-bye. looks like Dowdy is going to pass around the outside there. He might give that spot back to Buxton, come back on the inside here. And again, Dowd has that inside line coming into this one. Looks like this one might be the pass here. So a little fun out there at the front of the pack in the 48. And it is still Kenny Germain, Glenn Galashier, Jim DeGray, Kurt Zarcy, and Kevin Burke was top 5 in the 40B. So no change at the running order at the front of the pack there. And we're looking for Dowd and Buxton, the 512 rider, to drop down to the horseshoe turn section. And again, Dowdy on the inside and Buxton the outside here. A little bit of traffic in the way, but doesn't look like it's going to bother Dowd that much. And there you have it, burn. The afterburners have been lit there as the 16 goes by. And back up that center rhythm section. I don't see you're going to see Buxton getting back by around as the 16 takes the point now. It looks like the 112 of Morin able to finally work his way around the 13 of Rich Frank. That's the battle for third there. And Zarcy's continuing to battle for that third place spot, the 621 of Drew Reed. And actually, Zarcy now into fourth as Glenn Galashier holds on to that third spot. Jim DeGray has gotten around in his second position. And there's Dowd into the horseshoe turn section, high line in that inside. And that's going to be the checkered flag to race win for the Chaplin Motorsports, Kenny G's Performance Tuning, Moose Racing, Factory Connection, Spectro, Jovi Designs, Pirelli Kawasaki, as John Dowd, the junkyard dog, the living legend here, takes the moto win in the 48. Buxton, the Fox Racing, KTM across the line in second. The Prospect Design, Jovi's Custom Design, Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride of Rick Morin will hang on to third. Rich Frank fourth. It'll be the 801 of Steger rounding out the top 5. And looking for the 71 of Ken Germain to make his way down, take the moto win in the B class. Youth AB next off the gate. That's going to be the 238, the North Star Motorsports, Weber Discount Fuels, Slate Valley Automotive, R&D Automotive, Holytech Industries ride. Kyle Bushy with the whole shot. And looks like the 111 of Bashiri going to make the move by early. So it looks like Jared Bashiri going to take the top spot, heading all the way down to the far left corner. So there's Bashiri, the 238 of Bushy. Looks like the number 9, Justin Curtis, up into the third spot on the bell. REP Sandbox Kings ride. So Bashiri battling it out here early on. 238. Kyle Bushy trying to take it back away from him, but nothing doing so far. There's Justin Curtis, the number 9 rider, in third. The 801, Nathan Garrity running fourth, rounding out the top 5 on the number 18 is Brady Hill. Justin Coquinos running in sixth, running seventh here on lap 1, the 523 Yamaha ride. That is Dylan Frazier. Jake Walker, the 46, running eighth. And Bashiri, solid run up that center section there. A little look over the shoulder. He was wondering where his company went there. He had some very close proximity. Looks like Bushy stalling the bike out in the back section there. I see him standing next to the bike kicking. So that's going to let Justin Curtis into the second spot and give the 111 a big gap. So there's the 111 Bashiri holding down a solid lead. Justin Curtis, the Bell, REP, Sandbox Kings, Curtis Training Facility ride into second now. Garrity on the 801 into third. Keep getting that poor guy's name wrong. On the 18, Brady moves to fourth. The 444 of Justin Coquinos moves into the fifth spot on the Keith Johnson Motocross Schools ride. Frazier, the 523 into sixth. And Bushy looks like he is still trying to fire that bike over. He's gotten himself going, but he is all the way at the back of the pack now. So clicking off the laps here, Youth A and B out on the track. Youth novice riders next off the gate. That'll be race 7 here in the second half. 65 open riders should be in staging. Riders in the 40-plus novice, you should be down in the pre-staging area. Don't forget, coming up on May 2nd, round 3 for the Winchester Motocross Series, Saturday right here on the motocross track. Contingency from KTM. May 10th, the folks from NESC will be racing with us here at Winchester. You can get information for sign-up and registration at nescmotocross.com. And then May 10th, New England Motocross, round 4 at Cape Way Rovers. So folks from New England Motocross going to be heading out to Cape Way on May 10th. NESC will be here on May 10th. Just clicking off the laps here, watching the 111 of Busheri getting it done in flawless fashion. So the 2-lap board comes out here for the young man on the 111 KTM. See Curtis and the 801 of Steger. I'm sorry, the 801 of Garrity, second and third still. Coquinos makes the move around into fourth. Hill on the 18 rounds out the top 5. Five, 2, 3, showing how to get it done there. One kick. Dylan Frazier fires that big Honda back up. So with the 2-lap board out, we're going to be looking at the 1-lap board now as we are waiting for Jared Busheri to make his way down the left-hand side. So 1 to go for the 111 ride of Busheri, as he has been in solid command of this moto right from the gate drop. No problems for the rider out of Halifax, Mass. Here's the number 9 of Justin Curtis, Connecticut, Barkhamsted, Connecticut rider coming through. The REP Bell Sandbox Kings rider holds down the second spot. Looks like we might get a little bit of a battle going on for this third position before this one is over. The 801 of Nathan Garrity's got it right now, but Justin Coquinos has closed right up on him. We'll see what happens here. Your leader making his way into that big center section there. The 111 of Bashiri going to make his way to that 110-foot option tabletop. And there is your leader down to the horseshoe turn section, final time through. And that'll be the checkered flag to race win here in the Youth AB for the 111 KTM ride at Jared Bashiri. Second spot on the number 9 Bell REP Sandbox Kings Curtis Training Facility ride goes to Justin Curtis. And the 801 Nathan Garrity going to hang on to third. So Garrity fights for that one all the way through. Justin Lukinos, the KJMX Schools rider, will round it in fourth for the Winchester Motorsports Factory Connection team. And it's going to be the 18 of Brady Hill rounding out the top 5. That'll do it here in the Youth AB. Youth's novice riders getting set to leave the gate next. So tangle up at the start there. Look at that 316 of Fasola grabbing the whole shot. But that may have been the 336 of Oski. And looks to be the 205, Kevin Hill taking over the top spot. I believe that's the 410 of Elijah Johnson into the second position. The 63 Riley Maynard looking for third. So it is the 205. Kevin Hill holding the top spot. Elijah Johnson second. Riley Maynard in third. 632 of Pisonia running fourth. TJ Donahue, the 143 TNT Repairs Chaplin Kawasaki rider, rounds out the top 5. Felino 6, Friscola 7, Ty Lepasir in 8th, Floyd Seville 9th, and Steve Stefanik rounds out the top 10 here on lap 1. So Hill all the way down the far right-hand side out front here. You see Johnson and Maynard second and third right behind him. Johnson on the 410 trying to close up the gap. right, so Hill heading for the 110-foot option jump. Johnson battling in second. Maynard hanging on to third, and Maynard has got some company now. Pizzoni is right on him, and he's got two other riders that have closed the gap. So there is Hill, there's Johnson. And here is your leader coming down into the finish line, turn to 205. Kevin Hill up and over the finish line. And Elijah Johnson hanging on a second. Pizzonia makes the move to third. Maynard will drop down to fourth. Foligno rounds out the top five now. Donahue, the 143 in sixth. Forsola moves to seventh. Floyd Seville drops down to eighth. Lepasier in ninth still. And rounding out the top 10 now is still going to be the rider on the 114, Steve Stefanik. Maynard making some moves now coming out of the back section. There is Hill, the 205 coming up the center rhythm section. And he has got a pretty comfortable gap at this point. And Pizzoni gets around into second. Johnson going to drop back to third, and he's going to watch out for Maynard because Riley Maynard on the move now as well. Once again, your leader on the 205, Kevin Hill making his way through. And look at this, the 198 of Foligno up in the mix, and he's going to move around to second. I wasn't even sure that Foligno was in the mix in that whole business going on there, but he's moved up to second. So the 198 making some things happen. There's the 410 of Johnson running third now. The 316 up into fourth. That's Forsola. And TJ Donahue maintaining that fifth place spot. So the rider getting pushed back on that one. 377 of Floyd Seville. He's going to drop outside the top five. And Maynard getting shuffled all the way back to eighth on that one. So steady as she goes to the front of the pack as Hill comes out of the horseshoe turn section. And he maintains his top spot. One lap board is out. Foligno starting to give himself a little bit of breathing room now on the 198 in that second position. And should mention that Foligno, the 198 rider, on a super mini bike, racing against some full-size bikes here. So it really isn't the bike, it's the rider, my friends. As the 198 getting it done on a super mini against some of these full-size rides. This is Youth C out on the track, race 7 in the order. 65 open next off the gate. Riders in the 40 plus C, you should be in the staging area. Super mini riders down to pre-staging. Once again, just hope everyone who is watching live online enjoying the streaming here today. This is sort of just a test run. I am sort of doing everything one-man show here. I am operating the camera, doing the announcing, keeping track of the streaming and all that stuff. So we will ideally have a little bit better camera work going for you the next time around, but we will be streaming live racing action here at Winchester all season long. We're going to be doing the Supercross series as well, so make sure you click on that YouTube channel there where you got this link from. Subscribe to that. We'll keep you up to date on all the stuff that's coming up as far as live streaming events. So looking for the 2:05 of Hill to make his way down to the horseshoe turn section here on the final lap. And there is Hill swirling around through the outside line there, and the checkered flag is getting ready to come out. And that'll be the checkered flag to race win for the 2:05 Hilson Contractors alias Yamaha rider Kevin Hill. On the 198, Angelo Foligno across the line in second. TJ Donahue pushing hard on the final lap on the Chaplin Motorsports TNT Repairs ride. He's going to get third. For Solo will run it up, bring it across in fourth. And there's the 377 of Floyd Seville. He'll round out the top five. So 65 open next off the gate here. And looks like we got a rider with a hand up down on the line. If you're new to motocross racing, you see a rider put a hand up down on the line. It means for whatever reason they are not ready to go. Not sure what the issue is in this case, but you put your hand up, you get 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, we start the dance without you. And it looks like everybody is set to go here, so we'll get ready to go racing in the 65 Open. And that's going to be the 813. Cody Sheedy with the whole shot here for 65 Open. So Sheedy will lead him down the right-hand side all the way to the far right-hand corner down there. So leaders making their way through the center section here in the 65 Open. And leaders making their way down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. Going to come down to that big horseshoe turn. And looks like it is the rider on the 813, Cody Sheedy, holding down the advantage here. So Sheedy out front with the lead still. On the 800, Colin Pouch makes the move into second. The number 9, Logan Tristani in the third spot, the 526. That is Taylor Beckwith, the MotoFit CD Davenport trucking rider, running in fourth. Braden Martin rounds out the top 5 on the 67. Running in 6th, the 01 of Keegan Coe. Carter Crosby running in 8th on the 318. No, he is in 7th. I was right the first time. So Carter Crosby in 7th on the Ryan Crosby Construction Motorbikes Plus ride. Siegel in 8th, Jack Nerona 9th, and Cooper Allen, the 137, rounds out the top 10. So there you see Cody Sheedy up that center rhythm section into the big off-camber turn there. Pounce right behind him, still in second. Tristani and Beckwith third and fourth. Martin rounding out the top 5. 65 Open out on the track, race number 8 here in the second half. I want to remind folks, if you're done racing with us here today and you had to rent a transponder to race with us, please make sure you take that back to the registration building before you leave the property. And also don't forget, if you are packing up to head home, take a look around your pit area. Any trash or debris located in your pits, if you would please pick that up and put it in the receptacles located here at the park. We certainly appreciate that. So leader through the off-camber inside line in that horseshoe turn, and still out front holding down the top spot. It is the rider on the 813, Cody Sheedy, having a good day here today. The 800, Colin Pouch, had some good runs already here today, and Pouch trying to put some moves on. The 2-lap board is out. So Sheedy, Pouch, Tristani, Beckwith, Martin looking like the top 5 still. And leaders out of the S-turn section, going to look for him down the Riverside Drive tabletop section. So the one lap board is out one more time around for the 813 ride of Cody Sheedy to take the win here. Looks like a rider stuck in the triple section. 800 of Pounds maintained second. And Beckwith going after Logan Tristani down the right-hand side. That is the battle for third. There you see our leader coming up that center rhythm section, the 813 of Sheedy. And here comes the 800 of Colin Pouch up that section as well. Looking for the battle for third. Tristani and Beckwith going at it here. So Logan Tristani, Taylor Beckwith just about side by side, the option tabletop. And it looks like Beckwith going to hold on to the advantage just a little bit longer here. Tristani going back after him here into the S-turn section. Checkered flag is going to come out, though. The race win, and this one is going to go for the rider on the 813. Cody Sheedy takes the moto win. The 800 Colin Pouch across the line in second. And the battle for third place is going to continue right down to the checkered flag, it looks like. And here comes down the triple section. Beckwith has the inside line. It looks like it's going to be the 5-2-6. So the MotoFit CD Davenport Trucking ride. Beckwith hangs on to third. Cycle Express, Conrad Construction, Aussie Steak and Eggs, Thunderbolt, Walsh Builders ride of Logan Tristani fourth. And we're looking for the Valley Motorsport of Braden Martin to round out the top five here. 40-plus novice next off the gate. And there is Martin. Oh, and rider going down after the finish there. 21 of Siegel tangled up with another rider. And it looks like Siegel is all right, up back on his feet there. I always say if you're going to crash, crash after the checkered flag. That's when you want to do it. And it looks like we're ready to count him down the line here in 40-plus novice. Once again, Ryder with a hand up down there on the line. We'll get him ready to go in just a moment. So it looks like Ryder having a little issue down there on the gate. We'll take just a moment before we get underway with the race.
I ride because I love it. I ride because it's my passion.
I ride because it's in my blood.
I ride because I love the adrenaline rush.
I ride because it's my life.
I ride for fun. I ride because I love to win.
I ride GMX tires.
So just a moment here while we get things back underway. And it looks like we're going to give him about another 10 seconds, and then we'll get ready to go. All right, 30 card goes up here. So it looks like everybody's set to go in the 40 plus C. And looks like the 174, Chris Ledbetter going to grab the whole shot for the 40 plus C class. So Ryder's all the way down the far right-hand side of the track there. It looks like somebody is smoking big time coming down that far right-hand side. I am no mechanic, but I'm going to go ahead and say that is bad. That is not good. Yes, that's actually technically a very good point. Someone just pointed out to me that it's when it stops smoking that it's really bad. When it's smoking, it's actually still pretty good. All right, so leaders here making their way back up that center section. And that looks to be the 26 of Adams having the bike issues there. Adams off the track. All right, there's your leaders to the horseshoe turn section here in the 40 plus novice. And a pretty tight battle up at the front of the pack early on. That looks to be the 69 Yamaha of Holden out front with the early lead. So it is Jeff Holden out front there on the 69 Yamaha ride, the O'Neill sponsored ride. 174 Suzuki, Chris Ledbetter into the second spot. The 311, that is Pat Andrews up into third. On the 23, Mark Caputo running in the fourth spot, rounding out the top five. The 42 KTM is Ron Hanisch. And running in sixth, there's a 7-1 of Dave Fork. Bren Whitehouse in 7th, and it looks like it's going to be the rider on the 334. Brian Herworth running in 8th. And there is your leader on the Yamaha 69, Jeff Holden, making his way down the far right-hand corner. Yeah. I have a link on my... So clicking off the laps here, 40-plus novice, race 9 here in the second half. Super Mini riders next off the gate. Riders in the 450 AB, you should be in staging. 450 C riders should be in pre-staging. And here's leaders down to the horseshoe turn section. So there's 2 to go. A little trouble after the finish there. The 42, Hanisch going to stall the bike out, but Dave Forg not going to mind that at all as he's going to get that spot. And Hanisch fires it up, but Forg is going to get him. So the 701 makes the pass there as Ron Hanisch stalled out. So Jeff Holden, Pat Andrews battling for the lead now, and it looks like Andrews taking the advantage coming back in that center section. All right, the one-lap board will be out, so through the triple section right in front of the finish on the 311, Pat Andrews trying to hold the top spot here as he takes it away from Holden on that lap. Oh, and Holden a little bit of trouble on that corner after the finish. That's going to take him out of the battle for the lead. So 40-plus C riders working through their laps right now out on the track. Super Mini next off the gate. 450 AB in staging, 450 C in pre-staging. And a 311 of Andrews. Had a good battle going with Jeff Holden there, but Holden stalling the bike out after the finish line, and that is going to take the battle away from this one. So Caputo in third, Ledbetter fourth. Hanish rounding out the top five, and it's pretty well spread out on the track at this point. And there's your leader one more time through the horseshoe turn section for the 311. And that's going to be the checkered flag to race win here in the 40-plus novice for Pat Andrews, rider out of West Kingston, Rhode Island, with the win. Jeff Holden across the line to hang on a second. There's the 23, Mark Caputo, the Answer Racing KTM ride across the line third. And we are looking for Ledbetter fourth, Hanish fifth, and we're getting ready to go Super Mini. And the 718 Factory Connection Top Gear MX Zarcy Custom Cabinets ride of Jack Zarcy with the whole shot. And there's your leader coming up that center rhythm section. And it's going to be the 444. Justin Coquinos taking over the top spot here. So Coquinos running that 444 Honda 150 here today. And looking very comfortable on the bike. So there is Coquinos making his way to the finish line turn out front with the lead early on here in the Super Mini. So the 444, Justin Coquinos holds down the top spot. Angelo Felino in second on the 198. Kevin Hill third. Jack Zarcy fourth. Larry Fortin in the third, running in the fifth spot. Jake Walker sixth. Nick Niles seventh. Justin Gonzalez, the 333 HK Power Sports rider, running in eighth. Tristan King ninth. And Aiden Laflamme on the 35 Husqvarna rounds out the top 10 here on lap one. All right, Kakinos out of that S-turn section right in the very back center. And the 444 continues to run out front as he comes out of the S-turn section and down to the horseshoe turn. So watching that very fast section in the very center there. Riders coming up that rhythm section, that big steep tabletop into the section there, and you watch them hit up that. That is rough and tumble at this point in the day. As your leader making his way out of the S-turn section. And Justin Kakinos down to the finish line turn here. So the 444 coming out of the start turn there, out front with lead. Angelo Foligno in second, but Kevin Hill all over him now. There's Foligno through the center. Zarcy on the 718 running in fourth. And Larry Fortin, the 111 Kawasaki rider, trying to hang on to fifth. He's got the 551 of Niles right on him, though. We'll see if Fortin can hang on to it. See leader sweeping through the inside there. Kevin Hill continues to go after the 198 of Foligno. There is Hill trying the outside in that big turn right before the 110-footer. Can't make the pass happen there. It's going to get back to the inside again into the S-turn section. So Foligno with his hands full here as they're going to come down the left-hand side. And nice move, Kevin Hill there as he sets that one up coming through, and he's going to make the pass. So Kevin Hill sets that one up outside, inside, coming down to the S-turn section to take that spot away. up a little bit of wind here. I'm sure you're breaking that up on the broadcast. But it's still Justin Coquinos, Kevin Hill, Angelo Foligno, Jack Zarcy, Nick Niles. Top 5 as Niles gets around Fortin on that last lap. 2-lap board is out here. We'll see if Niles can make it stick or if Fortin can get him back. So this is Super Mini 2-lap board is out here. 450 AB riders next off the gate. 450 C riders, you should be in staging. Riders in the 50 plus and women's class need to be down in the pre-staging area. It looks like problems for the 333. Justin Gonzalez going to be pulling off in this moto. So the Mums Racing HK Power Sports rider, a little bit of mechanical issue. And a 1-lap board comes out. There's the 444 of Justin Coquinos making his way through. So 1 to go here. The 205 of Hill maintaining second, and there's Foligno in third. So counting down the laps here, looking for the 444 of Coquinos to make his way down the left-hand side. And out of the S-turn section, there's Coquinos down the left-hand side. And the checkered flag going to get ready to come out here. The race win in the Super Mini on the 444 of the Winchester Motorsports alias KJ Supercross ride. That is the Keith Johnson Motocross Schools ride of Justin Coquinos with the win. Second place, the Hilson Contractors Yamaha ride, Kevin Hill. And it is going to be the 198 Angelo Foligno hanging on to third. Great battle there. Foligno and Hill bought that one out. 3 or 4 laps there. Zarcy, the 718, is looking to hang on to the 4th spot. We're looking for Nick Niles to round out the top 5. There's the Top Gear MX Zarcy Custom Cabinets Factory Connection ride of Zarcy. And there's Niles. That's 4th and 5th. And we're going to get ready to go here with the riders in the 450 AB. All right, looks like the 30 card going to go up here in the 450A. Looked like Ryan Dowd getting to the turn first, but he had the 598 of Canning all over him when he got there. And the 50 Kawasaki, Aaron Burdick with a whole shot for the B-Class gate drop. Looks like it is Canning, Ryan Dowd, and Max Murphy, top 3 in the A-Class through the inside rhythm section. And it's going to be Justin Curtis, the Bell Helmets REP Sandbox Kings ride with the lead in the B class. Tyler Morin into second. So there is your leader coming through that triple section right in front of the finish. The 598 of Chris Canning out front with the lead. There's a 716 Ryan Dowd. Chaplin Motorsports Pirelli rider in second. 23 of Josh Clark running in third. It is Max Murphy rounding in fourth. Mike Carlton, the Reeds Ferry Shed Factory Connection rider, rounds out the top 5. Alex Higley and Ben Fitzpatrick chasing them down 7th and 6th. And looks like the 215 of Luke Stevens went out with the wrong gate, so he's going to do the right thing and pull off to the side there and just wait. There's the number 9 of Curtis. He is out front with the lead in the B class. The 112 of Morin in second on the Prospect Designs Kenny G's Performance ride. John Comitis in third. It is Burdick running in fourth. He has got company, and it is the 523 of Dylan Frazier in sixth. He's going to take that spot away, but Frazier is going to give it right back up again. And now Josh Clark and Ryan Dowd battling over that second place spot. Both riders want it, and Josh Clark's going to have it right now. So Canning holds down the lead. Clark gets into second and holds on to it. Ryan Dowd putting the pressure on him, but cannot make it stick. 819, Fitzpatrick now moves to fourth on the 557. It is still the Reeds Ferry Shed ride of Mike Carlton rounding out the top 5. And in the B class, it's still the number 9, Justin Curtis, out front holding down the lead. And now Clark starting to battle with Canning for the lead here in this moto. Josh Clark going after Chris Canning out front. Ryan Dowd still trying to get into the mix. Looks Looks like Canning starting to give himself a little bit of breathing room at the front of the pack now as Clark dealing with the 716 of Ryan Dowd. So Canning getting a little bit of breathing room. Clark hangs on to second. Ryan Dowd there in third on the 716. Little tangle up in the back section. Looked like he was going to get a little closer than he did. Fitzpatrick hanging on in fourth. Mike Carlton now in a locked battle with Max Murphy. That is the battle for fifth. Whoa, and Murphy almost jumps off the side of the track right in front of the finish line. Yeah, it looks like the 59 of Higley going to roll off on this one, so hopefully he is going to be all right. Curtis very quietly running out front here in the 450B. The Bell REP Sandbox Kings Curtis Training Facility rider putting in some solid laps here. He's got a pretty good gap on the field. Going to be up around 10 seconds now. There's a 112 of Morin coming through that triple section right in front of the finish, hanging on to the second spot. Comitis on the 15 KTM running in third and not too far off of Morin. We'll see if the Prospect Designs ride can hang on to it. Jamie Hunkler, Nick Hool, and Brock Tucci all battling for that 6th, 7th, and 8th place positions. So just following the number 9 of Justin Curtis through his lap there. As we continue to click them off here, the 450 AB riders out on the track. We are just now going by the halfway point. And now Brady picking up the pace as he's trying to get into the mix with the battle between Comitis and Morin. Following the battle there for that second place spot. Tyler Moore and John Comitis, Steve Brady all battling for that position. Gonna watch them come back up this center rhythm section here. Looks like everybody's switching up lines coming through that section as they come up and over the Loctite launch. So just clicking off the laps here, 450 A and B. Once again, if you rented a transponder to race with us here today and you're all done with the racing action, please make sure you return that before you head off the property. You need to make sure you return all rental transponders before you head home. And if you are packing up to head home, please do make sure you take a look around your pit area for any trash or debris located in your pits. We certainly appreciate all the help folks give us with keeping Winchester a nice, clean place for all the families that come to race with us here. All right, Canning and Clark now, less than a second and a half separating them as they're going to come down the right-hand side. We're going to pick up the battle between those two for the lead in the A. So it looks like Canning just holding the advantage over Clark here as they come up into that Loctite launch second. And now they'll hit this big option tabletop here. And then one more time down the left-hand side of the track here. So there's Canning tripling in, and one lap board's going to be out. So one more time around, we'll see if Clark can make something happen here. Pretty evenly matched most sections of the track. It looks like this back section along the tree line here is where Canning really picks up the pace. It's got an outside line at the end of that section that we can just barely see there. But that is definitely picking him up some time as we come back into this little center rhythm section. Clark will pick it up a little bit here. But you can see Canning has kind of extended his lead just a tiny bit. So working through the final lap, it's Canning, Clark, Dowd, top three in the A. And Justin Curtis, Tyler Morin, and John Comitis, top three in the B. We'll watch Chris Canning and Josh Clark heading off to the back section here. They're going to hit this big 110-foot option tabletop jump. And we'll watch him come down the left-hand side one more time. And the checkered flag will come out, the race win, clearing the big triple right before the finish. The 598, that is Chris Canning, the 100% Manchester Motorsports rider. The Shift Racing 23 Yamaha, the Clark's Racing rider, Josh Clark across the line for second. And 450C going to get set to go here. There's your winner in the 450V, the number 9 Bell REP Sandbox Kings CTF rider, Justin Curtis. with the 450C. And it's going to be the 29. That is Sam Andrews with the whole shot here for the 450C. Andrews having a good day off the gate. All right, leaders making their way back up the center rhythm section here in the 450C. And it's Andrews, the 114 is Steve Stefanik, and the 25 Adam Pizzoni are the top three as they come up that center rhythm section. So there's the leader coming out of the horseshoe turn section. And another run through the triple here, the 29. Sam Andrews out front with the lead. There's the 114. That is Steve Stefanik in second. It's 25 of Pizzoni running in third. There's the 414. Scott McRae fourth. Rounding out the top five, the 573 Automatic Distributors Maxima HRP ride of Noah Horton. Running sixth, the 93 of Jordan Magora. Austin Marceau running seventh. Alex Adams eighth. James Payne ninth. And it's going to be the 831 of Ryan Hanaud rounding out the top 10 here on lap one for the 450C. The riders making their way all the way to the far right-hand corner of the track down the right-hand fence line. 90-degree, kind of an off-camber inside line as you see riders taking that section. And you see Andrews trying to pull away a little bit. Pizzoni and Stefanik starting to battle for that second spot as they come up that center rhythm section. So good battle going on for second place here in the 450C. Up and over the Loctite launch. So clicking off the laps here, 450C riders out on the track. Sam Andrews having a good day here today. Andrews grabbing a couple of hole shots. He's been out front in a bunch of his motos, so got to be liking that. So Andrews, Pizzoni, Stefanik, Horton, and McRae, top five as we work through the laps here. And looks like the 573 Horton going to make a move out in the back section there to make a pass. And Horton continues to go after the front of the pack here. So race 12 in the order here. 450C riders on the track. 50 plus in women's class next off the gate. Riders in the two-stroke open, you should be in the staging area. And 50cc riders down to pre-staging for the 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 class. So the 29 Andrews holds down the top spot, but we got a battle going on for this second position here. The 25 of Dom Pizzonia has it. Here comes the 573 of Horton, all over him though. Stefanik on the 114 hanging on to fourth. And on the outside again, you can see Horton going after that spot. This is a spot where he picked up a position last time. He's going to try the same exact move. He's going to go to the inside outside here and switch it back up, coming back up into the turn. And it looks like he's going to make it stick. So the 573 going to pick up another spot. And Pizzonia will drop back one. But Sam Andrews still holding down a top spot here on the 29. Andrews with a pretty solid lead. And look up your leader on the 29 Yamaha to make his way down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. And here comes Andrews down the left side. So Andrews with the advantage right now. Nobody near him on the track, nobody out in front of him. He can pretty much pick the lines he wants to race. Doesn't have anything to worry about. So one to go here in the 450C. Sam Andrews, Noah Horton, Dom Pizzonia, the top three in this, but Horton with a win in Moto 1 and a second here would give him overall. Pizzonia with 3 threes would be second in the overall. And Andrews unfortunately had a bad moto in the first one, finished 6th in Moto 1, so a win here is not going to give him the overall, but right now the 573 with 1-2 scores would be your overall winner. And just looking for your leader to make his way down the left-hand side here, the 29 of Andrews. And here comes Andrews out of the horseshoe turn section. A little puff of smoke there as he got a little wide. Oh, and Horton drops the bike at the top of the turn. And there goes the 25 of Pizzonia back around into second. Horton able to remount the bike here, but he's going to give that spot up. So second place will go to the 25 of Pizzonia. Andrews with the win, and it's going to be Horton across the line in third on the automatic distributors ride as we get ready to go here in 50 plus in women's class. Looks like we got a rider with a hand up down there on the gate, so we're going to give that rider a couple minutes to get things straightened out. So hand up on the gate there in the 50 plus women's class. And here we go, 50 plus women's gate drop underway here. It's going to be the number 10 Yamaha out front with the whole shot for the 50 plus. That is Mike Doucette. And the 605 Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki ride. Kendall Chase with the whole shot for the women's class. So 50 plus riders coming back up that center rhythm section. Women's class riders heading down the right hand side. Doucette holds the top spot, and it looks like the number 8 of Nathan Martell on the inside through the off camera trying to take it away. So working through the laps here, 50 plus and women's class riders going to make their way down into that horseshoe turn section. And there is Martell out front with the lead, Doucette in second. So Martell, Doucette 1 and 2, Kurt Zarcy on the Top Gear MX Zarcy Custom Cabinets Factory Connection ride in third, Ray Bergeron fourth. Jim Nerona running in the fifth spot. It's Dave Shattuck on the 76 Yamaha in sixth. Running 7th, the 42, Ron Hanisch. In the 8th spot, it's the 367, DeWitt Davis. Here's your leader in the women's class on the 605, Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki. That's Kendall Chase out front with the lead. So Kendall Chase, Gabrielle Connor is on the 882 running in second. Katie Sear, the 271 in third. Sierra Bernard fourth, and Katie Hanisch rounding out the top 5. Cheyenne Andrews running 6th. Alyssa Curtis, the 527, running in 7th on the REP Sandbox Kings Guernay CTF ride. And Jenny Patty rounds in 8th. Madison Plant 9th. And rounding out the top 10 looks like it's going to be the 406 of Morgan Stalinas. All right, so Martel trying to stretch it out. Doucette trying to hold on to that second spot, but he is getting pressure. Kurt Zarcy is going to make the pass, and now the 790. Bergeron is going to get around as well. So Bergeron moves to second. Doucette drops down to third, and Zarcy still fourth. And there's a 369. Jim Nerona still rounding out the top 5. So looking at the number 8 of Martel making his way up that center rhythm section to the off-camber turn on the inside. And just continuing to run out at the front of the pack here. Bergeron, Doucette, Zarcy, and Nerona through the top 5 in the 50 plus. And a knot of riders here in the women's class. There's Madison Plant, the 406 of Morgan Stalinas, 417 of Juliana Walker, and the 107 of Emma Condren. Those 4 riders all battling in about the same 5 feet of track there. So good battles going on throughout the top 10 in the women's class. And the one lap board comes out for the number 8 of Martel, the Ottoman Trucking Sales ride. So final lap here in the 50-plus in women's class. It's been Nathan Martell out front. Solid run to get around early on. He's made no mistakes in this moto. So Nathan Martell would lead, Ray Bergeron second, Mike Doucette in third, Kurt Zarsi fourth, and Jim Nerona rounding out the top five. Kendall Chase, Katie Sear, and Gabrielle Connors. Top three in the women's class was Sierra Bernard, Katie Hanisch fourth and fifth. And we still have some battles going on throughout the rest of the top 10. And hey, once again, I want to remind folks, make sure you get on over to the folks from Aggressive Graphics. Check out what they have at the Aggressive Graphics rig. They're doing on-site printing here for custom jersey lettering. So whatever you want to have put on that jersey, get on over to the folks from Aggressive Graphics. They'll pop it on there for you today. You'll be all set to go. And the checkered flag is going to come out here. That's the race win in the 50-plus for the rider on the number 8. The Eidelman Sales, CD Davenport Trucking, Martell Excavating Ride, Nathan Martell with the win in the 50-plus. Ray Bergeron, the 790 across the line to hang on a second. The Zarsi Custom Cabinets rider, Kurt Zarsi third, Doucette fourth. And we're looking for Nerona to round out the top five for the 50-plus. There's 369 Hinson Yamaha ride. And there's your winner for the women's class. The Kenny G's Performance Tuning System 605. A Kendall Chase takes the win. Two-stroke open riders getting set to leave the gate here. Here's the 271 Katie Sear, Suzuki rider, going to hang on to the second spot in the women's class. And the 418 Sierra Bernard makes the pass on the final lap on Gabrielle Connors to take third. And it looks like the water truck out on the track here, so we're going to give it just a few minutes. Looks like no, we're not going to give it a few minutes. We're going to fire them up and get ready to go racing. And here we go, two-stroke open. And that's going to be the 528 Taylor Fortini, the North Adams sheet metal rider with the whole shot here in the two-stroke open. All right, leaders all the way along the tree line section in the back section of the track. And Fortini holds on to the top spot on the 528. Looks like Breen Burke into the second spot, the 855 Yamaha rider. All right, leader's going through the S-turn section here in the two-stroke open. And we have got a battle going on early on here in this moto. Burke going after the 528 of Fortini. Through the triple section right in front of the finish line, and Fortini going to hold on to it. Burke right on him, though. On the 319, that's Colby Fortini, North Adams Sheet Metal rider, into third. Kevin Hill, the Hilson Contractors rider, in fourth. Rounding out the top five, the 626 of Jake Bishop. And Fortini and Burke still battling 1 and 2 out front in the two-stroke open. And it is still Burke and Fortini battling for the lead as they go into that option tabletop jump. And both riders using that high line in that horseshoe turn section as the battle for the lead continues. Fortini and Burke coming down through the triple. And hey, folks, want to remind you, make sure you stop down and see Paul down the Buckley Photos rig. I know he was out shooting this morning. He had folks here shooting last week. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Christmas is coming. Christmas is right around the corner. You got to order those posters, order those calendars, order those things for your sponsors now. Don't wait till the last minute. Get down there and say hi to Paul. Make sure you get all kinds of stuff printed out to bring home with you. And you can always go online to buckleyphotos.com, and you can get anything printed out there that you'd like. If you don't see it here in the gallery, you don't happen to catch Paul here. But make sure you stop down and say hi to him down the Buckley Photos rig, and you will definitely see why we say for over 40 years doing a motocross photography that had just one name, and that name is Buckley Photos. And the battle continues through that S-turn section and down to the horseshoe turn. And Fortini is not giving this one up. So looking for the battle down the right-hand side. Breen Burke, Taylor Fortini. A pair of Yamaha riders going at it out front here. Burke tries the inside line. Fortini goes to the outside. And this time around, Fortini's going to come up and close the door on the inside. All right, so the battle continues all the way through the back S-turn section here. We're going to look at Burke and Fortini coming down the left-hand side. Oh, into the top line of the off-camber, and it looks like Fortini going to drop the bike. Burke followed him right to the inside line, but was able to get on the binders. So Burke is going to make the pass and take the lead as he comes over the finish line jump. The one lap board is out. You see Fortini still trying to fire that bike back over. He's going to get going, but he's going to lose the lead, and he is going to lose all kinds of ground to the leader. And now Fortini has got the 205 of Kevin Hill all over his back tire. He's got to deal with that on the final lap. Brady Hill up in the mix as well on the 18s up into fourth. The 626 of Jake Bishop going to move into the fifth spot. And just like that, we got a rider dropping it down after the finish here. Looks like the 319. No, that is the 528. So Fortini drops it again twice in one lap. So that is the picture of disappointment right there. The 528 of Fortini running out front, battling for the lead, and drops the bike twice in one lap. So final time around for the 855 of Breen Burke, and he has got nobody near him. Burke's got to be wondering what the heck happened here.
Copy that.
And there is Burke coming down into the horseshoe turn section. He's going to use the high line there and make his way into the triple. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here in the two-stroke open. 855 of Breen Burke grabs the win. There's the 205. Kevin Hill is going to get around to take the second spot on the final lap. The 18 of Brady Hill will finish it up in third on the Twin State Ford Du Bois Construction Shalom Brothers Firewood ride. 65, 50cc 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 riders. There's a 7 to 9 gate drop, and that looks like it's going to be Cody Beckwith grabbing the whole shot. And looks like the 113 on the outside. Spencer Brodeur with the whole shot there. We got a pack of riders coming through that turn, though. So it looks like Cody Beckwith holding down the top spot through the inside. Gavin LaRose is 16 into second. And it looks like it's the 22 K-Ray Graphics Cobra ride of Ginger Osgood up into third. And there is your leader. Oh, a little trouble coming out of that horseshoe turn section for the number 2 of Beckwith. He was able to keep it up on 2 wheels, though. But Beckwith, feet off the pegs coming through there. So there's Cody Beckwith, your leader here in the 7-9 class. The 16 of Gavin LaRose in the second spot. Ginger Osgood, the 22, running in third. Philbrook, the Mason Racing ODI Atlas Dunlop OGO ride in the fourth spot, but he's going to get passed by the 928. So the 928 of Mason Nettleton takes fourth. Philbrook drops down to fifth. Jaden Doyen in the sixth spot. On the 327, running in seventh, it's going to be the 17. That is Kaiser Diego. Eric Franklin on the 43 in eighth. Adam Hayen in ninth on the number 11. And Liam Corman, the 919, rounds out the top 10. Mason Call, the 91, runs 11th on the 113. Merrill Cox in 12th. 421 of Lucas Fuller running into 13th spot. All right, so leaders across the inside, picking up a little bit of wind noise on the mic. So 50cc, 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 riders out on the track. Open A and B next off the gate. Riders in the open novice class, you should be in the staging area. 85 A and B riders down to pre-staging. And there is your leader down to the horseshoe turn section, right around the number 2. A little cleaner out of that section this time around for Cody Beckwith. Out front with the lead in the 4 to 6, the 113 of Spencer Brodeur. Rita DeLeo running in second. Austin Ober, the 901 Cobra rider, running in third for the 4 to 6. Colby Philippone running fourth, and Madison Casimir on the number 11 rounds out the top 5 for the 4 to 6 class. One lap board is out. So Beckwith looking to make his way through to grab the win. LaRose hanging on to second. There's Ginger Osgood, the 22 Cobra rider, hanging on to third. 327. Jaden Doyen gets into that 4th spot. That's going to drop Nettleton down to 5th. And there is the 113, Spencer Brodeur, your leader in the 4 to 6 class, making his way up and over the finish line jump. On the 14, DeLeo still trying to track him down. Rita DeLeo running in the 2nd spot. Austin Ober on the 901, not far off the back tire of the 14, though. Ober tries the inside line, can't quite make it happen there. But the 901 going after him. following your leader through the outside sections there in the very back corners of the track. And you can see from the way this guy is bouncing around out there, the track is getting rough and rutted at this point in the day. Definitely a tough track here for the 50cc riders. So make sure you make a noise for all these little guys and gals as they make their way around. And here comes your leader down the left-hand side, up and over the Riverside Drive tabletop. And your leader through the horseshoe turn section, and it's one more time down the triple. And that'll be the checkered flag to race win here in the 50cc 7-9. The Eidelman Sales CD Davenport Trucking ride of Cody Beckwith with the win. On the number 16, Gavin LaRose, rider out of Pepperell, Mass, across the line for second. On the 22, the K-Ray Graphics Cobra Ride, Ginger Osgood will hang on to third. The 928, that's Mason Nettleton across the line for fourth. And it's going to be Jaden Doyen, the 327, rounding out the top five for the 7-9 class. And your race winner for the 50cc 4-6, the 113 KTM ride of Spencer Brodeur. Looking for the 14 of Rita DeLeo to hang on to the second spot. DeLeo still battling with the 901 of Ober, though. And DeLeo going to get a better run through that triple section. He's going to hang on to the second spot. And it is going to be the 901 of Ober finishing up in third. And that is going to do it here for the 50cc 4-6 and 7-9 riders. Open A and B next off the gate. So race number 16, Open A and B going to leave the gate next. Open Novice riders should be in staging. 85 A and B riders should be in pre-staging. And don't forget, coming up on May 2nd, round 3 for the Winchester Motocross Series. That is a Saturday right here on the motocross track. Contingency from KTM. That is 2 weeks from today. May 10th, the folks from New England Motocross are going to be doing their round 4 down at Cape Way Rovers. And May 10th, we're going to have NESC coming here to Winchester Motocross Track. So plenty of action coming up. As always, you can find all the information about the races coming up and all the events and happenings here at Winchester online at winchesterspeedpark.com. So getting ready to go here in the Open A and B. So taking just a minute to let our last of our 50cc riders finish out the laps there. It's a very difficult course that these riders are out there on at this point in the day. It is rough and choppy. And those 50cc bikes have about, that little PW50, I think, has got about the same amount of horsepower that my hairdryer has. And little tiny mag wheels on those things. Those things are where everybody started, though. You know, you'll hear us make fun of those PW50s all day long, but those things are where every single rider on a professional gate started. You got to love the PW50. The thing is bulletproof, and there's no more fun than you can have on those little mini bikes out there. It looks like everybody going to get ready to go, though, for the Open A and B. And we're going to count them down the line. On the 23, Josh Clark with the whole shot. So Clark leads him up the center rhythm section. It looks like it's going to be the 740 of Max Murphy making a move into the second spot. And I believe that was the 250. Now Stevens maybe making a move to third, but it could have been Carino trying to get a better look at him as they make their way through. So here is Clark down to the horseshoe turn section, using that inside line there. So Josh Clark on the 23 out front with the lead as he comes through the finish line turn. There's the 740 Winchester Motorsports alias Factory Connection Western Mass Environmental KTM ride of Max Murphy in second. 238, that is Bushy actually up into third. So Kyle Bushy getting up into third. Nate Garrity in fourth. Chris Cato rounds out the top five. Then you got Luke Stevens on the 215 in sixth. Eric Steger seventh. Brock Tucci eighth. John Comitis ninth. And Pat Carino rounds out the top 10 on lap one. And just watching Clark slay this rhythm section up the center. So leaders working through the back left corner section. Here comes the 23 of Josh Clark down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. So Clark continues to get it done out front here at Winchester. A little bit of Light dust coming up off the grass surface out there at this point during the day. Getting a lot of wind going on. 740 Murphy, there he is in the second spot, making his way through. And looks like Kyle Busch's still hanging on to that third spot. Nathan Garrity in fourth. Chris Cato rounding out the top 5 on the 29. And he's going to give that spot up to the 215 of Luke Stevens. So Stevens going to get around Cato. We'll see if the 29 MC Racing Garrett rider can answer back. So continuing to click off the laps here. Open A and B riders out on the track. It is Josh Clark, Max Murphy, Kyle Busch, Nate Garrity, and Luke Stevens, top 5 last time around here. And there is Clark stretching it out. 2-lap board is out here in the Open AB. Open novice riders next off the gate. 85 AB riders should be in staging. 85 C riders in pre-staging. And first call for the 30-plus A, B, and C riders down to the pre-staging area for the final moto of the day today. And got to hand it to Kyle Busch, dealing with the pressure and hanging in there. AC Clark coming over the top of the Loctite launch, heading into the center section. Murphy making his way back down. He'll pop over the top now. So Max Murphy, Josh Clark, 1 and 2. Clark with the advantage right now. About 8.5 seconds of gap between Clark and Murphy. So Clark getting it done out front, putting down a 152 on lap 2 to give himself a little bit of breathing room. So 1 to go here for the rider on the 23. That's the Clark Racing Factory Connection alias Yamaha ride. So wind definitely starting to pick up here. Make sure you have those easy ups and awnings secured if you haven't done so already. Those things are getting a little windy here. And there is Clark one more time through the high line in the horseshoe turn section, and the checkered flag is going to come out. You see Murphy right behind him. But that is going to be the race win for the Factory Connection Clark Racing Shift Yamaha ride. That is Josh Clark with the win. There's the 740 Max Murphy, the Winchester Motorsports alias Factory Connection Western Mass Environmental Rider, across the line second. And we are looking for the 238 of Kyle Bushy to see if he can hang on to that third spot. We're going to get ready to go racing now with the riders in the open sea. And that's 214 Honda Kyle Kelsey out front with the whole shot here for the open C. So it is a battle royal out front here in the open sea as they come to the inside section. Kelsey with the whole shot, but I'm not sure if he's able to hold on to the front of the pack here. So there's your leader into the S-turn section and down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. Couple riders going wide. Your leader goes wide around the outside, then down to the finish line turn here, and out front holding down the lead in the open sea. It's going to be the 63 of Riley Maynard. 214 of Kelsey in the second spot. 570 KTM ride. Cody Stoddard pushing the issue early, bumping, grinding a little bit here, trying to get that spot. He's going to have to set up a third right now. Dexter Somero on the 709 runs in fourth. Jordan McGraw rounds out the top five on the 93. Brian Llewellyn in sixth. Dylan Tardif seventh. Ryan Stager in eighth. Cody Karen ninth. And the 26 of Casey McNamara rounds out the top 10. All right, so leader's making their way up the center section. Maynard starting to stretch it out on the 63. Kelsey with a challenge by Cody Stoddard. It looked like Stoddard and Dexter Somero coming up the inside, and I think Somero had a little trouble at the high line of the off camber as somebody missed a shift up there and got hung up, but everybody up and away. And there is 63 Riley Maynard coming through there, and Maynard holding down a pretty solid lead here early on. And he's going to come down to the finish line turn. Last time around, 3.5 seconds, the gap between first and second. 2-lap board is out, and I'm going to go ahead and say he has got a much bigger gap than that now. And look at the battle heating up. Brian Llewellyn, the 413, scratches his way through up into the second spot. Kelsey drops to third. 709 of Samaro now fourth, and the 324 of Dylan Tardif in the mix. Look at your leader all the way down the right-hand side. There is the 63 of Maynard. And that time around, Maynard a little over 10 seconds the gap. So there you see riders heading along the tree line. There is your leader on the 63, Riley Maynard, making his way to the center rhythm section. And Brian Llewellyn, the 413 rider, hanging out of that second spot. Kelsey and Samaro still third and fourth. So the 1-lap board is going to be out this time around here in the Open Novice. So the 63 Maynard are going to make his way to the triple right in front of the finish line jump. And Brian Llewellyn still has his hands full with Dexter Samaro and Kyle Kelsey. Samaro going to get around into third now. And the 324 of Dylan Tardif into fourth. Kelsey going to drop down into the fifth spot on the 214. 93 of Jordan Magora in the mix now into sixth. Caleb Connors into seventh. Dom Pizzonia running eighth. Ryan Stager ninth. And it's going to be the rider rounding out the top 10 here. It is going to be the 570 of Cody Stoddard. So Maynard getting out front early, got about an 8.5 second gap this time around, and he is doing exactly what he needs to do to bring him home the win here. 1 lap to go. This is race 17, Open Novice out on the track. 85 A and B next off the gate. 85 novice riders, you should be in the staging area. And riders in the 30 plus A, B, and C. Final moto of the day today. You need to be down in the pre-staging area. Oh, there is your leader through the S-turn section one more time. And the 63 Maynard down the left-hand side into the horseshoe turn section. And he is going to make this sweeping right-hander on his way down to the finish line, and the checkered flag for the race win here. So the 63 Kawasaki ride, Riley Maynard takes the win here in the Open Novice. Maynard with a third in the first moto and a win here will be your overall winner in the class. So Maynard with a win, Brian Llewellyn second, Dexter Samaro third, Tardif and Connors fourth and fifth, and we're going to get ready to go here. Open C. And it's going to be the 726. That is Lepasier with the whole shot. So Ty Lepasier, the D. Gondor Construction, Sandbox Kings Graphics, and Cycle Express Ride grabs the whole shot here in the 85 AB. All right, leaders with the off-camera turn section right in the center, trying to pick up the top spot here as they come up and over the Loctite launch. And that looks to be the 444 of Justin Coquinos making his way out to the front of the pack. And there is Coquinos making his way through the horseshoe turn section, holding down the top spot here. So there's the 444 Honda ride, the Alias Honda into that finish line turn out front. Tied up is here, the 726. Condren Construction, Sandbox King, Cycle Express ride in second. Angelo Felino on the 198 running in third. It is Aiden LaFlamme in the fourth spot. Nick Niles rounds out the top five. Tristan King sixth. Aiden Willett seventh. Sam St. Laurent running in the eighth spot on the 127. Manchester Honda Steve Balboni Factory Connection Thunderbolt MX ride. Zach Parker in ninth, and the 111 Larry Fortin rounding out the top 10 on the Manchester Honda Kawasaki ride. And here's your leader coming into the center rhythm section. So Justin Coquinos making his way through the back section there as he continues to run out front in the 85 AB. And there you see Coquinos making his way through the horseshoe turn section. So the 444, Justin Coquinos putting lap 2 in the books here as he continues to stretch out the lead. Felino on the 198, Alias ride in second. There is Lepasier dropping back to third now on the Cycle Express Sandbox Kings ride. So you're getting a little encouragement from his parents on the way through the mechanics area there. So Lepasier, Niles, and Willette top 5. LaFlamme in 6th. Tristan King 7th. Sam St. Laurent 8th. Fortin running in 9th now. And Zach Parker, the 84, going to round out the top 10. There is leader making his way down that center rhythm section, the 444 Honda ride of Justin Coquinos. Felino doing a great job in the 2nd spot. Lepasier into 3rd as they all come up that center rhythm section. Very rough section at this point in the day. 85C next off the gate. Riders in the 30-plus class. Final moto of the day should be lined up in the staging area. So battles continuing throughout the field here in the 85 AB as we watch the 444 Justin Coquinos make his way over the finish line jump here. So Coquinos gets the 2-lap board. Felino on the 198, still second is Lepasier in 3rd. And look at the battle heating up now for 4th. Nick Niles and Aiden Willette going after it here. Oh, Niles has the spot right now, but Willette's trying to take it away. And Niles continues to hold off Willette for that 5th or 4th place spot, but Aiden Willette not done yet here. We got 2 laps to go, so he's got time in this moto if he wants to try to make a move. So battling continues throughout the field here, but there is no problems going on out front for the 444 of Justin Coquinos. He's going to get the 1-lap board this time around on the Keith Johnson Motocross School's Factory Connection Winchester Motorsports ride. There's the 198 of Felino making his way through. So Angelo Felino doing a great job hanging on to that 2nd spot. Ty Lepasier on the Conjuring Construction Sandbox Kings ride in the 3rd spot. And Niles gets around to take that spot away. And again, Aiden Willette cannot get it back. So Niles had gotten around a couple laps ago to take that 4th place spot. And Aiden Willette has been working on him, but has not been able to find his way back around. And your leader making his way to the big option tabletop section into the S turns, and one more time it'll be down the Riverside Drive section for Justin Kokinos. And that is going to bring out the checkered flag to race win here in the 85 AB for the 444. That is the Honda of Justin Kokinos. So the alias-backed rider taking the win here. 198 of Angelo Foligno will bring it across the line in the second spot. Just here to hang on to third. We'll get ready to go racing here with the 85C. And the 29 MC Racing ride of Cato with the whole shot. Cato had the 45 of Kirkulonis right with him there, but able to hold on for the whole shot. Some riders tangled up at the start there. And it looks like everybody going to get up and away in that one. Always good to see these riders ride it out after one of those first turn crashes like that. And it looks like it's the 43 of Cameron Thurston coming away with the advantage here, although 45, I'm sorry, of Kirkulonis. Trying to get a look at that number as they make their way down the left-hand side. And it looks like it is indeed the 45. So there's Tom Kirkulonis, the Poplar Hill Machine, Husqvarna rider out front with the lead on lap one here for 85C. 29, that is Matt Hanisch in the second spot. On the 813 running in third, it's Cody Sheedy. Rounding in fourth on lap one, it's a 726, Jason Rose, Devin O'Leary in fifth. Hagen Lilly sixth, Ed Rowell running seventh, Nick Dabrowski on the 638 in eighth. Running in ninth here on lap one, it's going to be the rider on the 51, Chris Boucher, and the 803 of Cody Stager rounds out the top 10 on lap one. So there's the 45 Poplar Hill Machine Husqvarna ride of Kirkulonis making his way up that center rhythm section, and it is a rough ride here at this point in the day. And you can see the ruts on the face of that jump. Hanisch now trying to get that second spot locked up. Cody Sheedy on the Kawasaki trying to hold on to third. But your leader getting it done out front here, the 45 of Tom Kerkulonis. So there's the 45 Poplar Hill Machine Husqvarna ride down to the horseshoe turn section there as Kerkulonis works through the laps. So Tom Kerkulonis, Jason Rose, Hagen Lilly, Cody Sheedy, Matt Hanisch, top 5. Hanisch dropping some spots there. Dabrowski in 6th, O'Leary 7th, Rowell 8th. And we're looking for the 51 of Boucher to see if he can hang on to the 9th spot. There's the Kawasaki rider. So 85 CC riders, 85 C class out on the track. Final moto of the day, 30 plus class lined up on the start gate. Once again, please make sure if you pack up to head home, you take a look around your pit area for any trash or debris located in your pits. There's plenty of receptacles located here at the park to throw that stuff away, and we certainly appreciate all the help folks give us with keeping Winchester a nice clean place for all the families that come out here to race with us. Couple riders tangled up at the top of the off-camber line for the horseshoe turn. And here's your leader down to the finish line turn. Kerkulonis, the 45. Going to get the one lap board. So just watching the leader go around one more time here in the 85C. Kerkulonis, the Poplar Hill Machine Husqvarna rider. So Kerkulonis maintains the top spot. Rose, Lilly, 2nd and 3rd. Sheedy and Dabrowski 4th and 5th. And looking for the 45, Kerkulonis to make his way out of that back left corner section. So there is Kirk Illinois, the popular machine. Husqvarna rider through the triple one more time, and that is the checkered flag, the race win here in the 85C 7-15. So Tom Kirk Illinois with the win. So Kirk Illinois with the win. Jason Rose hangs on for second. Hagen Lilly will come across the line third. Cody Sheedy, the 8-13, hangs on to fourth. Dabrowski fifth. And that'll do it for 85C. We're getting ready to go with the 30-plus class. All right, so it looks like we're ready to go here with the 30-plus class. A-B gate drop first. And it's going to be the 13 Suzuki ride. Rich Frank with the whole shot for the A-B gate drop. And it's going to be the 383 Justin Dwyer with the whole shot for the 30-plus C. And looks like the 13 of Frank holds down the top spot in the 30A through the inside section there. Rick Morin on the 112 making a move into second. So there is the 13 in the 112. That's Rick Morin chasing down the 13 of Rich Frank, trying to get the lead away here in the 30-plus A. Randy Carey running in third on the number 32. Out front with the lead in the B class, Jamie Hunkler, the Wheels Power Sports Boron Construction Fly Racing 100% ride. Aaron Brodeur on the 241 in second for the B class. Scott McPhail moves up to fourth for the A. Arnaldo Lopez, the 991 rider, in third for the B class. And CJ Rousseau fourth. Mike Comeau rounds out the top five for the 30B. Scott McRae, the 414 Kawasaki, takes the lead in the C class. The 117 of Greg Smith makes the move into second. Dwyer running in third on the 383. And it's going to be Jones running fourth on the 420 ride. Mark Caputo rounds out the top five. All right, heading out into the back center section. We got some battles heating up throughout the pack here in the B class. Rich Frank, Rick Morin, and Randy Carey top 3 in the 30A, and Morin going after the leader here as they come down to the horseshoe turn section. And again, Rich Frank going to shut the door on the inside to hold the line. And down into turn 2 they go, and Morin puts the 112 on the inside, but still cannot find his way around. So there's Rich Frank and Rick Morin, 1 and 2 in the A class down the far right-hand side. Brodeur on the 241 gets around Hunkler to take away the top spot in the 30B. So Brodeur, the 241, takes away the lead. Hunkler into second. Arnaldo Lopez still running third on the 991. And it's Scott McRae, Greg Smith, and Justin Dwyer, top 3 in the 30+ C. Battle for the lead in the A class, switching up lines. You see Morin going to the inside, trying to set up Rich Frank, but Frank is going to shut the door on him there. Into the Loctite launch. And now Morin has the inside line trying to cut across. Still can't make it happen. So into the S-turn section in the 13, Rich Frank jumping through the inside. Rick Morin going to follow him right through that same section there. And watching riders leap through that S-turn section all the way in the back corner of the track. 2-lap board is going to come out this time around. Morin makes the pass coming through the horseshoe turn section, so new leader in the 30A. So 2 to go here. Rick Morin, Rich Frank, the top 2 now in 30A, with Randy Carey still in third. Aaron Brodeur with the lead in the 30B. There's the 171 of Jamie Hunkler, the Wheels Power Sports Fly Racing 100% rider, in second. The 991, Lopez making his way down the left-hand side, hanging on to third for the B class. And it's still McRae, Smith, and Brian Jones now moving into third for the 30+ C. 2 laps to go here in the final moto of the day today. And Lopez trying to hang on to that third place spot, but the 87, CJ Rousseau, all over him. Rousseau's going to go wide in turn 2. Lopez cannot shake the 87 Rousseau as they head down the right side. This is a 414 to McRae coming across the finish line jump. He holds down a solid lead in the 30C. The 117 and Greg Smith still second. And it looks like Brian Jones on the 420 Honda ride running in third for the C class. And your leader coming down to the horseshoe turn section on the final lap, the 112 Honda ride of Rick Morin. So final time around here, 30+ A, B, and C. So leader in the A-Class heading down the far tree line section there. The 112 Morin Brodeur still leads in the B-Class, and it's Scott McRae, the 414, continuing to run out front in the 30C. Wind down the final lap here for round 2 for the Motocross Series here at Winchester. Round 3 for the NEMX Series. And Rousseau finally able to get around the 991 of Lopez, and Justin Glaze is going to follow him around, so that's going to put Lopez down to 5th here on the final lap. 414 of McRae still running out front in the C-Class. And your section, the 112 of Rick Morin, going to come through the inside line there. That's going to be the checkered flag, and that will be the race win here in the 30A. So the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Jovi's Custom Design Prospect Designs Honda ride of Rick Morin with the win in the 30A. The 13 of Rich Frank will come across the line in second. On the 32, Randy Carey will hang on to third. 241, that's Aaron Brodeur across the line for the win in the 30+ B. The 171 Wheels Power Sports Boron Construction Fly Racing 100% ride of Jamie Hunkler will finish it up in second for the B. We're looking for the 87 of CJ Rousseau to finish third. And it looks like we're going to wind down the broadcast here. Hope you've enjoyed watching the racing with us here at Winchester Speedpark. So just a few folks still left to come through here as we wind down the first of the live broadcasts we'll be doing here this year. Oh, it looks like the 128 of Justin Glaze gets around CJ Rousseau to take the third spot on the final lap. So Glaze making a pass on Rousseau. And that'll be third place in the 30B. And here is the 414 across the line for the win in the 30+ C, Scott McRae. The 117 of Greg Smith will hang on a second. It looks like Brian Jones third, and that'll do it for the racing with us here today. So once again, I want to say thanks to everyone who's been watching live online. We hope you've enjoyed the live broadcast today. And we're going to be signing off the live streaming right now, so we'll be keeping you up to date on when we're going to be doing some more of this, and we hope you'll enjoy the live streaming we'll be doing from Winchester this year.